Hello, everybody. Sorry we're 5 minutes late. I was sorting it out. Nothing to do with Adam or Rich. They're not the ones who were late. It was me. It was my fault entirely. Just not everything was where it needed to be. But we are live now. We are good to go. Can you hear me all right? Can you see me all right? Hello, everybody. Hope you are doing well. You guys, awesome to have 30 of you waiting before we've even gone live. That's incredible. Tale of Many Warhipsters Season 2. Really ramping up in popularity towards the end, episode 11. There's one more episode to go, and then we'll have our prologue for all of your family photos and stuff. But we will talk about that a little bit later, because as previously mentioned, both Adam and Mr. Gwatkin are ready. No Mr. Reza Prime tonight again, because he says he has no internet. So, you know, there's nothing we can do about that. So I'm going to undeafen now. They should be able to hear me in just a second. They can now hear me probably. The good thing that they're not sat swearing. Like sailors, like I know them.
Fiddlesticks.
And then we're going to go over to this one. Boom, there you go. You should be able to see the lovely faces of Mr. Gwatkin and Mr. ADR Wargaming.
Hi, everyone.
Before we go any further tonight, Mr. Travis Woodside has just dropped an absolute bomb of a $49.99. I can't gift, so use this for me. Travis, you are an absolute hero. Thank you very, 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 very much. That is incredibly generous of you. That is starting the stream off strong. 100%. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you. I needed that today. Not gonna lie. Today, I was a little bit low this morning. I wasn't feeling great. I was having a poor morning, shall we say. Just you know, a general malaise had crept over me, as it were. So, thank you very much, Travis. And of course, Tale of Many Warhipsters is this afternoon, this evening, and that is always a great medicine for any melancholia that one might be suffering. So, I'm very excited for tonight. We've got loads of really cool stuff. Are you guys very excited for tonight?
Always, mate. Always ready to go.
Of course.
But that's not what I asked. Are you excited?
I am excited. I imagine I'm once again going to be boggled by the sheer quality of the contributions compared to my own finger-painted nightmares.
No, come on now. But actually, we do have some new contenders tonight. Dropping some absolute bombs.
Coming in strong.
Which is very cool, very exciting. And I tried today to get everybody's stuff on one slide each.
Oh,
is what I tried tonight.
New format, new people, new format, new tales.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So some of your pictures might be a little small, so I'd recommend at certain points, if it is a little small, just full screen your computer and you'll be able to see them. But I tried my hardest to get everything on one slide so that we can be not everything on one slide. We've not got 50 entries on one slide. That would be impossible. But what we're gonna try and do is just try and stay like really targeted on your stuff.
Fine. If they're small, we'll just zoom right in. We'll just get real close with it, like this. Is this comfortable for everyone? We good? I'm not going to do that, don't worry.
You now need to zoom out very quickly. Yeah, I can do the same thing, but it involves leaning over like this, and it's quite intrusive thing for my hand to come right into the shot. So yeah, like I said, we've got I think about 49-50 entries, which normally, like I said, when I kind of space things out onto more than one slide per person, as it has tended to be at times, because you guys are so darned productive. It does mean that we end up streaming until gone midnight. So hopefully tonight we won't be doing that. And as Laminated Pigeon has stated there has been a reaching of 30 likes already on the stream. Incredible scenes, guys.
Keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming.
Keep it coming,
Yeah.
exactly. Our first target, as always, is 50 likes on the stream. And then our second target is the much more appropriate 69
19,
likes.
yeah.
And then our third is 100. But 100 is a push. So what you have to do is you have to create lots of YouTube accounts. Don't do that. And also don't tell anyone I told you to do that, because YouTube will have a go at me for breaching terms of service. So, yes, I'm ready. Are you guys ready?
Yes, 100%. Let's go!
Chat,
Absolutely.
are you ready? That usually takes a little bit longer for them to answer,
Right, time delay.
because there's a slight time delay. So I guess we'll just assume that they are ready. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump in just a second. I'm just going to turn the music up a little bit. Just
Some
in
tunes
case.
going.
Just in case nobody else can hear it. I think only I could hear it for a minute there. Yeah, cool. All right, you guys. The chat's saying that they're ready. So, I guess, Tale of Many Warhipsters, Season 2, Episode 11. Here we go. So,
Ian coming in with the 90s nostalgia. Gladiator ready!
we kick things off with me, as per usual. Now, this is one of the reasons why I was inspired to try and put things all on one slide. Was because I've been a little bit productive this month, of course.
Look at you.
It's been a bit of a me
Just a little
time
bit.
May, as we've talked about. Now, for those of you who don't really know what's been going on the last month or so, I have been, what's the word? A little bit overexcited, shall we say, or overstimulated by all of the Age of Sigmar 4 news. And Spearhead, obviously. So that's why it's quite a weird collection of miniatures that I've pre-painted for this month. So what we have from top left to right, we have a Chaos Chariot, we have a Saurus Old Blood on Carnosaur, we have a Chaos Lord, we have a Branch Witch and 3 Kernoth Hunters, we have a Beast Skewer Killbow, and then nothing to do with Spearhead, but everything to do with the Grand Army of Chaos. 3 Varangard, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who don't know that video finally came out 16 months later after I said it would, it's finally here. Of course, the only other brand new miniature I've really painted this month is Abraxia, the Spear of the Everchosen, down there, bottom left corner. And then finally, bottom right corner, we have
Spoilpox
Scrivener. Yeah, that's exactly it. Now, there is a large black space right in the middle there, as you can see, because I thought I had a picture of the Vanquishers I'd painted, but I don't. And, like I said, my energy was low this morning, so I wasn't prepared to run out to the shed to get 5 Vanquishers to run them in and then take a picture of it. So there has been more painted. Don't you guys worry about it. But here it is. Everything that I've done... Me Time May, Project Spearhead. What do you guys think? And chat, do let me know what you think as well. You can tell me that it's 5s out of 10. Don't worry, that's all okay around here.
Where's Reza? Where's Reza to say 6 out of 10?
Well, he hasn't got any internet, so he can't.
Yeah, that's true. He can't. Haha.
His internet's 6 out of 10.
His internet is going to switch on about an hour after we've gone live. And then he's just going to come in here and just be like, guys, I'm so sorry I'm late. I'm going to be in the middle of ribbing him.
Get on Tinternet and criticise Josh.
Yep.
I think these look lovely, mate. You know how excited I am about Project Spearhead as well. And Abraxia Abraxia is just like the most awesome thing ever. I mean, it's chaos. It's like I think it's
big chaos model.
Yeah, it's up there. It's like up there with Ionis Cryptborn as like just this huge centerpiece, awesome looking dragon riding or beast riding thing.
It's basically a dragon without wings.
Yeah, it's a dragon designed by Ronan Keating in his flying without wings phase. I will say my favourite one of these, and I know how hard you worked on the Varangard with all the trim, because we talked about previously. Chaos generally is like trim city, and Varangard are like trim continent. There's just so much of it. But my favourite is the blending you've done on the weapons of the Colonel Hunters. I think that looks, and the blade of the Branch Witch. I think that looks absolutely bloody fantastic. That blue into that green. I think that's a brilliant take on the way that GW do with the blue weapons. I think it's fantastic, mate. I think it looks absolutely wonderful.
Oh, thanks.
It's so clean.
Apart from Abrax, I mean, the weapons on that are standout for sure.
Yeah.
Abraxia is incredible, but I absolutely adore the Carnosaur and everything you've done with that. It just the color scheme and the reds and like the little streaks that you've got going down from one color into the next. Yeah, it just, I mean, I'm biased because I'm also painting one at the moment as well. But yours just looks fantastic.
Yeah, it looks. They all look really good, and it is a testament to how productive you've been, and I know how hard you've been working on it. So yeah, I think you should be very happy with Me Time, May. That's what I will say. I think you should be very happy with it because I know it was hard at times, but I think you've done a cracking job, mate.
Thanks. That's very kind of you guys. Eron gets it right. He says 7 Land Raiders out of 10. Which I love to see it.
There was a comment from Laminated Pigeon as well. It said, "I'm a sucker for crossbows, and that one is beautiful." Which the Beast Skewer Killbow, was that what it was called?
That's
I think. Yeah, it looks brilliant. I love the dirty metal on it as well. Like you really, and there's a few other, as I'm sure we may see this evening, there's a few other people that paint the Cruel Boys like in that style with the dirt. It makes the metal look dirty and worn because they're knocking about in the swamp all day. You've absolutely
proper swampy.
Yeah, but still vicious, like still sharp, and it's going to cause you problems if you get hit by that bad boy.
What was quite fun about painting the Beast Skewer Killbow, and the Maya Brute Troggoth, who's not featured here because I didn't paint it for me. It's for a Patreon subscriber. I had to go back to my old Cruel Boys recipes and figure out where I'd change them and where I'd keep it the same. So there's elements of painting both of those miniatures where I'm like, I haven't done that in years. So like, for example, Iron Warriors, shade it with a shade, and then highlight it with Iron Hands Steel. I've done that in ages. I've moved over to Iron Breaker, but I didn't want it to look completely different to the rest of the Cruel Boys range that I did.
Funny, I've been doing a lot of that, as we'll see shortly.
Kelly's in the chat, Adam, and says, "My mom says hi."
Oh, hi, Janet. They're downstairs, so.
Must not buy AOS, says Red Covenant. Red
Covenant.
You must.
What are you doing? You buy it. Do it.
Look,
do it.
I failed on that account. I have been also egged on into Project Spearhead, and I've bought a Spearhead that I'm painting at the moment. We won't see it tonight, but it is being worked on.
It's kind of an even trade though, because Rich got me back into MESBG, and now we've kind of with Josh, we've collectively sort of hooked him into AOS. So Red Covenant, if you would like to join us in either or both game systems, although I would point out 4th edition is just around the corner and it looks so awesome, you should do so if you so choose.
Indeed. Right, we're going to move on from me because I'm the least important part.
We actually had lasagna tonight, Travis, not meatloaf.
She said she hasn't heard Adam talk enough today, so she had to tune in.
I've been at work, so she hasn't heard me talk at all.
Let's move on. So, next up we have Adam, of all people.
Hello.
Adam, walk us through what you sent me.
Oh, I've been a productive boy as well, and for some stupid reason, I did loads of orcs. So I did 2 things. I finished off the as part of Project Spearhead. I finished off the Ideneth Deepkin, which you can see there, with the Achillean Alapex and the 3 Morsar Guard on their eels. For anyone who remembers the Mighty Boosh, which were great fun, and I'm really happy with how they've come out. The bases in particular were a nice, good fun addition to get the kind of sea effect of the waves. The Achillean Alapex, like Josh and I had a chat about how to get the how to get the grey skin on that, which I think I've sort of, you can't see it too much in this picture, but I think I've sort of managed to get it, and he has got sort of stripes down his back. So again, happy with how that came out. So basically ready to go on Idoneth Deepkin for Spearhead, and they previewed the rules for them on Warcom the other day, which got me very excited. They're still kind of, you know, vicious, sort of very fast, like quite hard hitting, but can do lots of tricks, which is fun. And then the majority of what I painted, to Josh's point about Iron Warriors plus Shade plus Iron Hand Steel Highlight, is a crap load of evil miniatures for MESBG. So I have painted the Demolition Team for Isengard, which you can see in the bottom picture on the right, which is like 12 models, I think, when you include the 2 bombs. Grima Wormtongue, the Palantir. Do I like Bailey's? Yes, and I have. Unfortunately, I've never drunk it from a shoe. Both versions of Saruman, mounted and otherwise, using Josh's tutorials. And then Malher, who is a pretty horrible resin model, but a really good little character for the scouts. A Uruk-hai Shaman, or an Uruk-hai Drummer. And then in the top picture, you've got 24 Morannon Orcs, 12 Mordor Orcs, and 6 Warg Riders who can be used in, you know, all sorts of evil armies. So they're good fun. So yeah, I just wanted to expand, because I've been doing Isengard. I wanted to get a bit more of that finished in some of the characters, but I also wanted to get Mordor, because I've got the, you know, Rich and I originally split the Osgiliath box set, so I wanted to get some of that painted up so that I can use as part of our campaign when my friends are playing their evil armies and I'm supporting them. Rather than using Isengard, I can use like Mordor or even Angmar or something like that with the orcs. So it's, yeah, good opportunity to use those, and good models to paint and good fun. And again, your tutorial, Josh, came in mighty handy for doing the Isengard models and the Morannon Orcs. The Orcs, the Mordor Orcs and the Warg Riders, I took inspiration from your Gothmog, and also just from the Orcs generally, but they're a bit less armoured, so you have to sort of play around with lots of shades of brown to do them. But yeah, they were good fun. But yeah, I never want to paint Iron Hand Steel Highlights again, because that took forever.
Over that many models, I'm sure you did tons this month.
Yeah, it was a bulk order of evil, basically.
Yep. No, these look great though. I mean, obviously, love the bases on the Idoneth. Always great to see the water bases there. But yeah, just like the sheer amount of Lord of the Rings mod.
Yeah, man. Thank you. I will say one thing though, Games Workshop, if you are watching, if you are listening in any capacity to this at any point, flight stands, I know people talk about them all the time, but trying to glue them onto a big shark that won't balance itself is a nightmare. Please design something different or put them on thicker flight stands. They look really cool now, but I'm still really worried the Achillean Alapex is just going to fall off when I play games. So please give me something nicer, because I don't want to put them on a column or on a pile of rocks. I want them, you know, flying above the beach. But like a thicker flight stand, please, GW. I beg you.
Wait, I've got an Arcanaut frigate that I was thinking about today. I'm like, how am I supposed to paint that in a top-down camera situation, balanced on a ball joint? This is going to be interesting, but I'll figure it out. Probably just end up holding it with my hands.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
No,
So
you've put a shift in, really.
Yeah,
is what you've done. I made you count up how many miniatures you've painted.
Yes, you did.
You said, I don't keep track of such things. And I said, you've got to, because you need to be able to shame me. What was your total again?
I was at about 187 with all of this lot. So about 187 for the year so far.
And how many is it this month?
Well, this month it's all of this lot. So what's that? 24, 6, 12. So what? Hang on, sorry. 36 plus 6 is 42.
42.
Plus what? Another 12, so that's 54, plus Grima Saruman on horse, so 55, Palantir 56, Malher thingy and thingy, so what's that? 59 plus, yeah, it's like 64 when you total it all up.
So if you just put that same shift in again this month, you'll go past me.
Well, I mean, my desk, you can sort of see on here, is very messy because I've just got all the paints out. 'Cause I was just like working through as I do need to tidy up. But I have got 10 Crypt Guard on the go for the next bit of Project Spearhead, which is going to be the Flesh Eater Courts. So I will have another Well, I'm doing 20 Crypt Guard because you only need 10 for the Spearhead, but I'm just going to paint all the ones I've got. So yeah, it will add to the total. I'm going to be on 200 by the end of the month, easily.
Good. I've just seen in the chat, Laura, hello. Welcome.
Hi, Laura.
Don't worry that you're late. I'm really sorry to hear that you got the COVIDs. That sucks.
Yeah. Feel better. Do you know what I will say? I was on the holiday the other week, but I was ill my whole holiday because I had something. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it was COVID. So I feel you. Just rest up and feel better because your health's important.
Let us know if we
I've
can
been
do anything.
sick the last weekend, but luckily not COVID.
The same going around. COVID apparently.
My hay fever's acting up.
Yeah.
If that
It's
helps.
supposed to be very high at the moment.
I spent an hour this afternoon. Just my right eye was just streaming. I was like, "This is
Oh, God.
fun. We're back to this again."
Oh, no.
I thought I'd avoided it this year. Usually it kicks off in April, but nope. But nothing compared to actual real illnesses that you guys might have been suffering. So I'm sorry that you've all not been feeling well, or currently not feeling very well. Travis says he's sorry he invented COVID. You're only sorry that you invented COVID now.
Bit late, mate.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Just to answer, I think it was Colonel. Yeah, Colonel just asked a question. Yeah, they are berserker bombs that you can see, and it is quite fun actually because, and I can show you live. Let me just grab one of the little team. So the little siege dudes that you get in Isengard, their hands are designed so that you can actually pop them onto the bomb. I'm not going to push it on now, but you can basically clip them on, and they can also carry the ladders, which I haven't painted yet, but I'm going to.
That's fun. I didn't know that about.
It's almost like we might have a siege game.
It's almost like we might have a team. It's almost like that Helm's Deep thing that I picked up at Salute might come into handy at one point.
Oh, is he meta chasing?
Yeah.
Is that what he's doing, Rich?
But sorry,
No, not meta chasing, campaign chasing.
Meta chasing is when bringing ladders to siege. What?
I'm just saying, if you brought them specifically for that specific scenario, then
we could do
It's
next
more that
week.
he bought them so we can do more narrative games. It's like the
Yeah.
opposite of meta chasing.
you wouldn't
Bloody
see me
hell.
painting up a bunch of ladders and bringing down my riders of Rohan. It's not going to happen. I'm just saying, I will gladly ride them into those walls to die. Anyway.
Or what's that? Or what? Just because he's got a gate and you bought a battering ram, you meta chaser, you.
You have been guilty of it in the past.
That's true. It is true. But I'm not sure how the one Isengard are funny because they do have that specific this is the demolition team and they come with these guys, the bombs and the ladders. So they are set up for siege games. So at some point in our narrative campaign we'll have siege. But this is as I say, and I know we're talking about me loads and we should move on. But just to finish up, this is why I painted all the Mordor stuff because in our narrative campaign, other people on the evil side are playing Angmar. We've got Mordor or Barad-dûr. I can't remember which one he's specifically playing. So when we do games where I support them, and Mordor. When we do games, when I support them, rather than bringing Isengard, which is a little bit non-narrative because it doesn't make a difference competitively, but Isengard obviously weren't involved in that stuff. I can bring orcs, and then it's a bit more themed.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's the idea.
It.
I mean, we make it work either way.
Sticking with a Lord of the
nice,
Rings theme, Mr. Gwatkin, do you want to explain what it is you've painted?
So I painted Gandalf the Grey because someone's got to defend Isengard from this Saruman fellow. So we'll be using him in our narrative game, but it was also just such a joy to paint up as well. I picked a very simple scheme that's basically looked at the miniature on Games Workshop, on the website box art, and just did that classic method and had a load of fun. It's like a couple hours work. I'm also painting up 2 different armies at the moment, including a Spearhead. So I've got lots of stuff that's half finished. I tried to put on a Herculean effort like Adam did, but like I said, unfortunately I got sick over the last sort of week or so didn't get to finish them in time for this month, but they'll be finished for next month and you'll be able to see it all. But in the meantime, I did finish Gandalf, so here's a little pic of Gandalf the Grey.
He's awesome, man. I love the people are saying love the cloak and the beard shading. He looks great.
Oh, cheers.
Yeah, great job, man.
Yeah,
He literally
it was
like,
so much fun.
off the fellowship, like out of the movie when he first turns up.
Yeah.
Is it
It was
because in
super
your
simple color
narrative
scheme as well. I
campaign?
had lots of fun blending.
Is it because in your narrative campaign you've got a scenario coming up that requires a wizard, so you're meta chasing as well?
No, it was so Rich's idea that so basically we can do things where we do call to actions, which is like you can on a particular location you can do stuff, right? So because I'm Isengard, but I started on the map basically at the beach on holiday for various reasons because we all didn't necessarily start where our like thing is. I obviously want to try and capture Isengard for my army. And because of that, Rich has had this really cool idea for a scenario where we'll bring our points armies, but then I'll bring Saruman basically for free, and he will bring Gandalf basically for free, and we'll have a wizard off, and it'll be fun, like in the movie.
Oh, I see. Cool. I like it. It's nice.
Look at us building narrative scenarios.
So you have chosen the way of pain.
Chosen the way of a weird throwing up to the ceiling. He throws him so hard that he goes through that ceiling and onto the roof.
Yeah.
But doesn't leave a Gandalf-shaped hole in the roof. Which I always thought was quite funny.
Yep.
Also, at no point, I don't think I can recall seeing any stairs, so Saruman just sort of appears up there when he has a go at him.
I think there technically is
it's
a
kind of
door
floats up.
somewhere. There is technically a door somewhere.
Somewhere probably.
I'm currently listening to the
stairs on the
audiobook
outside.
of The Fellowship of the Ring, narrated by Andy Serkis, who has a wonderful voice. And his Gandalf, I forgot, because it's a very long time since I actually read, or listened in this case, to The Fellowship of the Ring. I mostly have just watched the movies because they're so awesome. And therefore I thought I'd go and actually, go back to the source, as it were. And Gandalf's kind of a knob, in a way that he's not in the movie when played by Ian McKellen, which is quite funny to me.
This is your Halloween costume in 35 years, Josh. At the rate my body's decaying and I'm aging, it'll be my Halloween costume in 2 years.
Yeah.
Honestly, you should see the amount of... You can't see it now at the moment because the camera's quite small.
Put some...
But the amount of greys I've currently got pushing through everywhere else is, Eventually, you're just going to be looking at me just being like, what happened to you? We're not far away. Now you've done a lovely job on him. Mr.
Really good.
Walken.
Thank you.
Lovely job. It's great. That's the Gandalf the Grey miniature that's in here, in my brain. I know that there's more of him, but that's the one that I always remember from way back in the day. And I never got a Gandalf the Grey. The only other Gandalf the Grey one I can think of is the one on Khazad-dûm Bridge. The one of him with no hat holding his staff directly up.
Yeah, it's a similar pose, funnily enough. But yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
This is like him when he's like lighting, when he goes, this, behold the great dwarf city of Dwarodelf, and he holds up and it lights up and it's all very cool. It's almost like that, right?
This is mine.
Which is appropriate because I've got
and
lots of
your
walls.
Khazad-dûm, yeah.
It's a tomb.
I like Gandalf the little bit grey. Gandalf the just for men. Comes out with a jet black beard.
Love it. Right, moving on from the hosts. It's now for the actual many of the Warhipsters.
Yeah, boy.
We'll start off with Mr. Dave Hall, who missed last month.
Dave's at it again.
He missed last month because he was painting all of this.
Well, I mean, fair enough.
We can forgive him for that.
Yes. So we have lead belchers, we have iron guts, we have a slaughterer, noblars, and we have a morpot.
Yeah. These are really cool.
Yeah.
I love it.
Excellent as always.
Yeah, I really love the use of kind of almost unexpected colours. By which I mean, like, he's gone like quite bronzy on all the armour and the metallics, right? Like all the cannons are like a bronze colour. Rather than
really
being
works though.
Yeah, no,
really
this is
really
what I
nice
mean.
choice of colour.
Yeah, it works really well. And I love the like little tash on the slaughterer. I presume the guy with
I
the
think
pot.
it's a slaughterer.
Yeah. He looks like he's trying to pretend to be a different ogre. I'm not Horbert. I am Juan Incognito. Oh, it's Guy Incognito, isn't it?
It's the Slaughter Master.
Yeah.
Sorry, just pulled up the email.
It's nice.
Master.
The
And-
I
Laughter
mean, yeah,
Master.
he looks brilliant. I mean, the skin on all of them is really, really well executed, but you can really tell on the Slaughter Master how you've got those highlights and smooth flesh that you've perfectly executed, and then just the gore that you've got everywhere is brilliant.
The thing about the thing about Dave's painting as well is he always makes like he always gives it those little pops of the colour to stand out. So you've got obviously the very blue, I mean, you know, the trousers and stuff and the fabrics, but the very blue banner in the middle. You've got the green like overalls that the Slaughter Master is wearing, and again on all of them, like on their trousers and stuff, they're very bright. And then they've got the bloody hand. It's like it, and even the leather, like the leather materials on the little roof thing on the moor pot. He just really has this way of making just little pops of colour just bring the whole thing to life. I really, really like it.
Well,
I think
it's not only that, it's the variation of colour as well, because
Yeah.
so often, especially if you're painting something quickly, you're like, cool, here are my 2-3 colours, and maybe I'll add like an extra spot colour. But Dave always takes the time to painstakingly look at every single part of the miniature, think about it, and choose a specific colour for that, no matter how small that part of the miniature is. So his miniatures will feel like they always have 100 colours on them in the best possible way, because he's given it so much time and attention.
it reminds me of like GW in the 90s in like a good way, right? Like, you know how GW in the 90s had used like a lot of really vivid colour schemes. Obviously, like the old Ultramarines, like in 40k, were really blue with the really yellow shoulder pad edging, right?
Yep.
This is kind of similar, right? Dave just puts in those little bits of colour, but they just pop and they're really vibrant. I think that's great.
Yeah, he's always very good with his vibrancy of colours.
Yeah.
Absolutely. His flesh is always on point as well.
100%.
Flying Muttley calling them dad bod grill masters, which I like. These are all men who are very into barbecuing.
Yep.
It's really nice. It's a really great set of miniatures. I understand why he held off on rushing them through last month, because yeah,
Sure.
there's Gluttons as there as well. That's the other one I'd forgotten. That is in amongst that. It's a
You know what?
huge amount.
For an older
Go on.
sculpt, they hold up as well. Because I remember when a lot of the original Ogre Kingdoms range came out. Because I bought the box for Fantasy Battles back in the day. It was the only Fantasy Battles army I ever really had, and I sort of fell out of Warhammer like shortly after I'd bought it. Oh well, was given it I think as maybe a birthday present or a Christmas present. But I did build them, and considering like the what are they called? I know the other guys are the Iron Guts, but the ones with the cannons, are they Thunderers or
Lead belchers.
Lead Belchers?
Lead
Sorry.
belchers.
They
remain the same anyway.
Yeah, they still look really good, even though they're like, you know, what, at least, when would that have been? Maybe like at least
They're over 20 years old now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh,
that's what it is,
hold on. I'm old.
Oh, maybe like 15, 20.
And also the Ogre King. I've said this on the stream before. Like the Ogre Kingdom's lore in Fantasy Battles in the old world was so cool, and it's really nice to see them kind of transition that over to AOS. So yeah, awesome army, amazing work, top dad bods.
Laminated Pigeon gives this one a dad bod out of 10. And Dave, you made it. I thought you said you were going to be on holiday tonight. You might not be able to catch the stream. Well
Oh,
done.
Dave, cracking job, mate. Cracking job. Honestly, be very proud of yourself.
Yeah, no, excellent work. How far off a spearhead are you? You must be. You must have done a spearhead.
Come on down to Project Spearhead.
Yeah, by now for sure.
Surely, you have the spearhead. Make sure your AOS 4 ready, because it's gonna blow your mind. I believe is what they say.
What the kids say.
Yeah. Thank you, Dave. Next up, we have returning after a little break off. We have Ryan, otherwise known as Mez, with the new Mandrakes from Kill Team Nightmare. Behold. He did have a description for
Behold,
them.
indeed.
Just go and find it.
They are looking suitably spooky. I like it.
Decided to go for a sea monster ring girl vibe. The
Nailed
specialists
it.
have the yellow-green flame, while the generic grunts have light blue. There you go.
I just love the color choices that you've gone for here. The bright vibrancy, both on like the tufts on the basing, all the flames, but then you've got that slightly muted color scheme with the very dark sort of greens and blacks and the pale skin, it just works so well together. It's such a great choice of colours here.
I must admit, I mean, the Samara is the ring girl, and I like the Samara look with like the dank hair over the white pale like dead skin. I think you've absolutely nailed that, Mez. I think it looks really good. And I will say, do you know what I really like? The like skirts, cloaks, whatever they are that they wear. Because those are actually, I don't know about the new sculpts because I've got the old mandrakes, but the old mandrakes, those are made of skin. So everyone always paints them skin coloured, right? But I think the choice to do them as this kind of like they've kind of been changed, like they're just this like, you know, like you said, like sea monster, like kind of dark green. I think that's genius, and it makes these look absolutely excellent, especially alongside the pop of colour from those little gamer's grass tufts. Excellent tuftage.
Yeah, great tuftage for sure.
Yeah, I think you capture. I think you capture what mandrakes are way more with this colour scheme than the actual box art one, especially knowing the inspiration behind it. They're kind of a warp entity, aren't they? No one really knows where they come from.
They live in like a sub-dimension. Yeah, they live in a sub-dimension, and they basically just pop out of shadows, quite alarmingly. And the Dark Eld in the lore, the Drakari or the Dark Eldar make deals with the mandrakes to like come on raiding parties and use their kind of weird powers. And maybe they are like they take, I think they take children like Drakari, or they take Drakari, away. And I think people or they take things as well when they do the raids, and I think it's implied that maybe they turn them into mandrakes, but no one really knows. They are just very mysterious and creepy, and Mez has captured that really nicely here. I think that may
viewed them as Japanese hakama. Yeah. Absolutely. No, I love the colour choice as well. What was the colour choice on the skin? What was that? What is that?
Yeah, let us know. I mean, I love your rusty weapons as well. They're very like, or not rusted, but like worn. They're very Silent Hill, you know, like the movie with the triangle head with the massive sword.
Yeah. Just going sort of full horror vibes.
Silent Hill. Can you please reference the game, not the terrible movie?
Well, yeah, but it reminded me of because you always see people do the cosplay, and it's always the cosplay of the version from the movie, and it just, I don't know, it just
Pyramid head.
Yeah, pyramid head. That's it. Not triangle head. He's like pyramid head, like intern. This is triangle head. He'll be doing the light.
It's from the legally distinct version of Very Quiet Mountain.
Very quiet mountain. Very quiet prominence.
Corellia Green Shade with Powdered Witch Flesh Glades / highlights. Oh no, it really works. It's perfect. It's really, really nice.
Yeah.
Nice work, bud. Next up, we have the Colonel.
Oh, hello.
I believe in the email. I have to keep pulling up the emails because there was a reference to you, Mr. Gwatkin.
My son triangle head.
Riders of Rohan painted based on your guide in honor of Mr. Rich Gwatkin Gaming. Only 9 more to finish.
Lovely.
Hey,
but what we do
getting more people into Middle Earth. This is what I love.
What we do have is a unit of Miramorn, or Myramorn, or Merman, however you're supposed to say it. Good Lord knows. You remember Games Workshop did that how to pronounce things?
Yeah, they didn't tell us how to pronounce that, did they?
There are a bunch of other stuff that they could have, not gone. It's actually pronounced librarian. It's like
not apothecary.
Not apothecary. Yeah. So anyway, the Merman, Myramorn, or Miramorn, however you're supposed to say it, Banshees. We have 9 Riders of Rohan, and we have a command squad for the Steel Legion.
Merman Banshees is what you call them if you've got lockjaw. So you're like, Merman Banshees, like that. But these Merman Banshees look absolutely wonderful. Of course, I'm a big sucker for the Riders of Rohan because they're just great. They're Riders of Rohan. What more do you want?
Yeah, some of like the most nostalgic models.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And the Death Corps looking suitably. It's quite nice because the Death Corps and the Banshees look like they're all going to the same sort of goth event. They're all suitably a bit like,
slightly different vibes, but yeah, not the cheeriest of events.
No, but I think on the painting front, love the little purple effect on the plasma gun. On the plasma guns, I should say, plasma pistol on the Death Corps. Love the blue shading into the white that you've done on the Merman bungees, which just looks wonderful and is blended really, really nicely, and is also a nice take on them, the blue and the white. And I mean, again, Riders of Rohan, what more? Like, the green's lovely. You've got that nice vibrant pop of the yellowy gold, and the horses look great. The white horses in particular, because white is such a hard colour to paint. I think the white horses are really good.
I saw a list the other day.
Sorry, still Lee, not Deathcore. Apologies.
I saw a list the other day that had 24 Riders of Rohan in it, all with throwing spears. Now, now you get 2 in a box. So, so that person had to buy, let's count, 11 boxes of Riders of Rohan in order. No, 12 boxes of Riders of Rohan.
Well,
which means
some people either make their own spears or get them from somewhere else.
That means that person has 72 Riders of Rohan in their possession, which is
less than half what I thought. Less than half what I thought would come.
Well, you know what? They have like their list that they take to tournaments, and then they have the rest of the stuff, which they go, you know what? One day a year or every couple of years, we'll do a big Pelennor Fields battle, and I'll put them all on the table.
It's all right. It's when they turn up at your house, Josh, with the other 72 that need doing, and just go, in 3 days we ride for Gondor and war, so you must paint them.
Oh, good. 144. But can't even remember how many.
The Rise of Rohan are great. I love the little stones of the basing as well. They really add that little extra element to the bases. You know we love your blue for or your Assault Light, and the Banshees here are brilliant, especially with like the white on the faces sort of blending back into the blue. I love that detail.
Yeah.
And then the Guardsmen as well. You know, excellent basing work as always. Love the sort of like dark, gritty sort of color scheme, but then with like little pops of color, like the plasma, as Adam said.
I always think with the Mirmor Banshees, I always think, you know, the one that's closest to the Riders of Rohan, I always think she just looks like the others all like they're kind of lunging at stuff and being all spooky. She just looks like she stubbed her toe. Like she's just going, ah!
Yeah.
Banshees are known for their scream, so it's just having a good time scream.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying the amount of MESBG that you guys are painting.
So
up.
Good. So good.
Yeah.
It's really nice. And
it's such a lovely break because they're smaller miniatures, so you can either paint them up really quickly or spend more time on them. You know, 2-3 hours on a Middle-earth miniature would be the equivalent to spending maybe like 7 or 8 on a 40k miniature, just because of the smaller scale. So it's a really lovely way to spend an evening of just like after work, get home, paint a miniature for a couple of hours, and then it's done.
Yeah, you can also be an idiot like me and do about 50 at once. It's great.
Hang on. I'll see if I can get this in shot where I'm currently working on about that many middle.
We work at scale. We work at scale in the world of NASBG. To answer Frothy Paint's question just quickly, we've hit 50 likes, by the way. Awesome. Well, lovely, guys. To answer Frothy Paint's question about the old sculpts holding up, some of them are a little bit ropey, I will say, right? But at the scale they're at 25mm, the old sculpts, I think most of them, especially like the regular troops, are fine. If you want an example, if you look back through Tales or just go on my Instagram, I've got the Uruk-hai I've painted, like 90% of them are Uruk-hai I had from the original Strategy Battle Games magazine when I was like 12, and all I did was strip them and repaint them. So they're fine. I think most of them are fine, to be honest. There's a few that are a bit iffy and definitely don't hold up to the awesomeness that is Age of Sigmar sculpts, as we all know.
Yeah, if they redid them, and we've seen with the new Arna models that they put out, they've definitely got the technology now to do them in much higher detail, but they don't necessarily need the detail. They're nice, quick, simple, easy to paint. They're still very evocative of what they're supposed to be, and they're so nostalgic for us as well.
To give you a very quick live example, plus to see some terrible painting in amongst all the awesomeness from Colonel and the rest of you, this is old Gothmog in metal, badly painted by 12-year-old Adam. This is not painted, but this is the new sculpt, which is just, a lot nicer. So the new sculpts are a lot better, but anyway.
Yeah. Thank you, Colonel. it's a real treat. All of your stuff's always a real treat. But seeing those Riders of Rohan in there, lovely. No. Just press up and down at the same time. Next up, we have Lakuva with Belial and a unit of jump pack intercessors.
And a captain.
And a captain. I think we've seen the captain before already.
Have we? Oh, I mean, they look great.
No way, we can still talk about it.
Well, yeah,
It's
yeah.
there.
No, I'm not stopping you. You can
But
talk
all-
about whatever you like.
Yeah, but first up though, the Damascus steel on Belial's blade is incredible.
Yeah, that is
I mean,
absolutely
like, look at
fantastic.
the detail of that, and like the brush control that you've had for that, and all the different. You've
Crazy.
still got a bit of like transition of color as well. It's just beautiful, beautiful work. I mean, the rest of the miniature is brilliant as well, but that steals the show.
You got
Absolutely brilliant.
You got some clean ass white there on the on the armor, which is awesome. But yeah, that Damascus steel, absolute mad lad. How'd you do that? That's awesome. I also really like the gun. I really like the way you've done the red and the gold detail. Obviously, the classic Dark Angels weapons are red thing, but I really like that gold. I don't know. It looks very it's a very stupid thing to say. It just looks super 40k to me, like that gold and red color scheme on a bolt.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like the like gold trim around it. It makes it feel almost like a military officer or something more regal, or there's like a little bit more pomp and circumstance to it rather than just a black bolt casing.
Yeah, definitely. And your jump pack intercessors. I don't know why I sort of went northern. Then your jump pack intercessors, famously a unit from Yorkshire, apparently. They look really good as well. I really like the little red edging you've done on the intake vents of the jump packs. That's kind of a nice little detail just to make them look like break up the Dark Angels green.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is a really nice touch. It does break it up a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know.
And also you can see the just the edge highlights on those jump packs as well, especially on the captain. Just super crisp and clean as always.
Yeah, it's really nice. Belial looks cool with his helmet, with a helmet as well. I did him with his hood up, but I do like the look of him with the Terminator helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a bit more menacing.
Well, I mean, most characters with a helmet on look more menacing. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's part of the reason.
Did you-
Also saves you painting your face.
Yeah.
What?
Which is why I usually.
Oh.
It also saves you painting your face, which is why I usually put the helmets on everything.
You put the helmet on Abraxia, didn't you, Josh?
I did. I put the helmet on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and she looks. I thought, because I didn't realise it came with a helmeted option. I'm waiting for mine to arrive, but I thought
No
she
one
looked-
did.
Yeah, they did. They didn't bother showing that. They were like, she does, by the way.
Yeah. No, there is a helmeted option for Abraxia if you don't want to paint a lava face, which I didn't really.
Lava face.
I thought the helmet looked cooler as well.
Can't read my. Can't
Helmets
read.
do
my-
usually look very cool.
Can't read my lava face. Sorry, that was the song by Lady Gaga. Anyway,
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga.
No, he's excellent. Nakua's been flying the flag for the Dark Angels almost this entire time, so you must have
Yeah.
a pretty spectacular collection
Yeah.
right now.
Look, even my only minor comments, if people have said it in chat, is I'd love to see your miniatures a little bit more clearly, and your camera is a little bit. It looks like they're in. I think it looks like they're in soft focus. I think it looks like they're from a 90s music video that's like a romantic ballad, like Belial singing at us. So it's cool.
Just
but
setting the scene.
yeah,
All the smoke from
I
the
see them
flames from Belial.
painted so well. They're painted so well. Yeah, like a Michael Bolton song from the 90s.
Boys to Men,
Yeah, Boys to Men. Yeah, absolutely.
just like Space Marines, really.
Back again. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No. Lovely stuff, Nakuva. Next up, we have the Tattooed Zoologist with a huge amount of painted miniatures. We have Mr. the Ush, of course.
Mr. the Ush, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. the Ush. But then we have 5 Blood Knights, 10 Direwolves, a...
Necromancer?
Yeah, I think so. And then in the background we have Laukavai as well.
Pavai. God, these are good. Can we just talk about Usharan? We'll talk about we'll talk about the well.
Yeah,
we should also talk about
let's start on Usharan because Usharan needs talking about for sure.
Well, we should also talk about the excellent use of Scrabble tiles for a labelling system in the other picture, but we'll get to that in a second. Usharan, sorry, we've all said consistently that Usharan is a Dark Souls style or an Elden Ring style sculpt, right? I think the Zoologist here has absolutely nailed that. We've seen Usharan with blood looking really good. We've seen Usharan with like bones everywhere looking really good. This tending the garden, this like monstrous tender of the garden of flowers, I think it's absolutely brilliant.
It makes it even more.
Yeah.
It makes it even more Elden Ring.
He looks like he looks like a boss that you meet in this like decrepit kingdom. It's so good.
Yeah, having like such a dark, like brilliant dark color scheme with even like the dark sort of bronze metal, a super rich sort of purplish red cloak.
Yeah,
that is even still kind of bleeding a bit at the end there and going into the dark color. Really dark flesh, and then just have this like vibrant pop of color. It just creates so much character, and it really shows how you can tell a story with the miniature, because it gives so much more for this miniature, who was already brilliant, but just adds an extra level to it.
Really good. And you know, on the subject of the Soulblight Gravelords, also vampiric in their own way. Yeah, they just look fantastic. Really, really, really nice. I love the banner on the Blood Knights as well.
Yeah, I've got the color scheme, very vibrant reds. Love to see it. I mean, the new direwolves are just gorgeous miniatures, as are the Blood Knights, and I mean everything here is just absolutely brilliant. And I loved like how you've got the reds as that sort of focus color from the Blood Knights, and then from also like the broken skin of the direwolves, and then you've mirrored it and put it onto the bases with those pops of red and green. Yeah,
the red tufts are really nice. A few people are saying that in chat. I really like those. I'm doing the FEC at the moment, and then I was like, once I do that spearhead, which spearhead shall I do? And I've got Seraphon, I've got what are they called? The Luminath Realm Lords, but I have got Soulblight Gravelords, and I'm really tempted to do that one next, because I just think I just want to build Blood Knights. They just look really cool.
Yeah, Blood Knights are very cool.
I mean,
I haven't done any yet, and I need to do some. If I'm gonna
blood out of 10 from Laminated Pigeon. I agree.
No, it's great. I really like it. I obviously later on in this month, for those of you who adore Elden Ring as I do, Shadow of the Erd Tree is almost upon us in 16 days. I think 21st of June is when it comes out. So I the other day, do you know what I took? What was it? Yesterday? Day before yesterday? I was like, I can't. I think it's where the malaise started. I was like, I can't face going upstairs right now to the office. So I'm just going to sit and play a bit of Elden Ring. And so I did, and I had an absolute whale of a time. It was lovely. And you know, like Usharan has been probably this year's model of the year, I think.
If he put it this way, I don't know what they're going to release in the rest of the year, but like if he isn't top, like if he doesn't win it or at least come top like 2 or 3, I'm gonna
definitely like podium place.
I'm gonna find out who voted in that and just hit them all with like a wet fish or something, or just go at them and just go, "What are you doing?"
We all know what the top 3 is going to be this year.
You get a 40k Primarch. Oh yeah.
It's going to be Imhotep the Stormlord.
Stiltman.
Not even close.
No, because he came out last year.
I
know, and Imhotep came out last year. Sorry,
yeah, Imhotep came out last year.
In that case, it's going to be the Chaos Lord with jump pack, and the Canoness with jump pack. We all know that. Best miniatures ever made.
It's just not there.
Yeah, not even close. But
not even like 40k buyers can't even get them up above like anywhere close to Usharan.
But it made Farsight come third.
I agree with Yumail Angmar, which says he should be at least AOS Model of the Year. But I will, to quote the overused Simpsons meme, he will be AOS Model of the Year so far, because we haven't seen what else is coming yet, right?
So who knows?
AOS could just drop a whole bunch of new Skaven weird and madness.
All jump packs is a really solid list idea. I mean, you're not wrong, James. The new Sacrosanct might be a contender. It's
she's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's well,
Yeah,
well,
she's
you and I
great.
were talking about this, Josh, and I would say she is the most interesting 40k model, which you might argue is not saying a lot, frankly, and says a lot about the sculpt. We talked about this on the podcast, but she is the most interesting 40k model they've released in a long time, in my opinion.
In
right?
2024, at least.
But then I sit her next
definitely
to
this year.
I sit her next to Abraxia and Usharan, and I go, come on.
Yeah.
Talia Vedra, Ionis Cryptborn.
Talia Vedra, yeah.
Just, it is what it is. But no, Tattooed Zoologist
Anyway.
has done an excellent job. Excellent job on Usharan. Was
Top
my point. I powered up my Elden
Brilliant model,
Ring.
and you've done it justice. Just
I powered up my Elden Ring skills, and I went in fresh for the first time, playing what has been affectionately dubbed on the internet as a bonk build, which is something I've never done before. I don't really like playing a two-handed strength weapon build, and I went straight in. And the character that Usharan reminds me the most of is Margit the Fell Omen. And I just bossed him first time out, and I was like, you know what? I am the best. I am an Elden Ring god. And so are you, Tattooed Zoologist, for painting Usharan in such a delightful way. It's really, really nice. We've seen a lot of Usharans on Tale of Many Warhipsters, justifiably so. A lot of them have been very different from one another, which just I think screams to the test, speaks volumes, or is testament to how versatile and how wonderful a model it is. You foul tarnish.
And some wildly different takes as well. And this one is up there as taking it in a new direction that we haven't seen before, which we absolutely love.
They're all giving me inspiration. He's sat in a box over there, ready to go. And I'll have to get this spearhead done first, at least, but we'll see.
Thank you very much, Mini Painting Dad, for the €10. Evening all, and greetings from Mallorca. Good evening, and greetings to you not from Mallorca.
Yeah.
I hope you're having a lovely holiday. See, everyone's going on their holidays, which is lovely.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Next up, we have Daniel with a... Is it Typhon? It is Typhon, isn't it?
Yeah, Hive Fleet Typhon, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Or is it Hydra? No, it's Hydra.
Ooh.
Is it Hydra?
I don't know.
Either way,
way,
I'm not that good on my outside like the main 2 or 3. I'm not so that good on the names of them.
Regardless of what it is a Norn emissary, and it is painted beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, this color scheme is just brilliant on this as well. I really love like the dark, how like dark the skin is versus the carapace on it as well. It just looks so menacing.
It reminds me of the kaijus from Pacific Rim. They burst out through that kind of dark color with neon as well. Like he's got the brain, he's got that like bright blue, and the eyes. Yeah, real good, real nice.
It's really lovely, isn't it? It's very, very sinister, this version. In a really
It's
good
so
way.
sinister. It is creepy. It is properly creepy, which is what the Norn emissary like should be.
Yeah. It should be the nightmare in the dark.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, that's
Bloody
Tyranids
big.
to a T.
Yeah. No, I really.
I still need to build mine, but yeah.
Yeah, I love all the purple highlighting as well, like all the edge highlighting he's done on the armor and all the vents and stuff. It's really, really well done.
Yeah, you definitely can like see that the time and the effort that's been put into all the chitin and armor plating and such.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's really I said it's creepy, but it is beautiful.
Well, it's yeah. I mean, creepy things can be beautiful.
You could be both.
It really
like
captures a vibe. Thanks. It really captures a vibe, doesn't it? This one in such a glorious way. It's not the only Norn emissary we have today.
Oh.
We do have another one.
Ooh,
We'll get
very
to
nice.
it. We'll get to it
Really?
later.
Nice. Well done, Daniel. Great work.
How long did this take to paint?
Yeah, lovely.
Do you know what? When I did mine, it took me a day.
Yeah, but that's because you're you.
I know.
Yeah.
But
What kind of advice is that? Mine took me a day. Get good score.
no. My point about it is it looks really like imposing to a painter, I think, because of its size and because there's a lot going on with it. But actually, once you break it down into its component parts, it doesn't actually have it's simple in that respect, in that it doesn't actually have too much going on in the model. So there's the brain, there's the flesh, there's the chitin, and then there's the claws and hoofs and things, and that's it. It's really only about 4, maybe 5 different textures or components to the actual paint job.
Yeah, so once you've worked out how you're going to approach those, I guess it's just applying that to a large area.
Exactly. And that is, I think, one of the kind of very big plus sides of painting Tyranids is that you can start with the termagants and you can copy and paste your scheme all the way up. And not a lot of it will really change as you go through. There'll be some things here and there, like you might have the occasional wing or whatever on something, which is a bit different.
Yeah, the way you do skin will sometimes change, but for the most part, you can copy across.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
In
so,
principle, I think.
well, and so when you have kind of a limited type of things to paint, it allows you to spend more time painting the things that you do have to paint, which is what Daniel has done here and has accomplished a very, 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 very pretty Norn emissary. Because
Yeah, man.
I you know my feelings on these models this year.
Tell me this was your model of the year.
I do not, but I love seeing it in the hands of the audience and creators, because they can produce some truly marvelous things, and I think this is one of them.
This is indeed top stuff.
Hello, Starpilot94. How are you?
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, lovely stuff, Daniel. Next up, we have another newcomer in the form of Diogo Pinto.
Oh, hello.
With a real cavalcade of things. We've got some
Squigs.
Mangler squigs, I think, as well.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think the big ones are manglers.
We have some squig hoppers, and we have Kado Azakiar over on the right, and I can't remember what the one in the middle is called. Middle right.
He's from the. Is he from the kill team or not kill team? Sorry, Warcry.
Warcry Warband. Possibly. I'm not sure.
I assume so, but yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
I mean, they're really good. I like.
I will say though, like the squigs with like more flesh toned skin look extra disgusting in like the best way.
Pretty gross, aren't they?
It's a loon boss on giant.
But I just
squig.
yeah, loon boss on cave squig and then the manglers. I think in the middle. I love like the vibrancy of colours you've got for like the goblins and bits of the basing as well, versus that almost slightly more muted and kind of disgusting-ish skin for the squigs. It's kind of like almost reverse of what other people do, but it works really well and is very striking.
I think the squigs are really grounded, which is a really interesting way of doing it, because obviously something like a goblin or an orc with green skin is not a very grounded colour for a humanoid, particularly in the real world. But then to have it kind of put against this, kind of an unnatural thing next to what is I say attempt. It sounds like I'm saying you're failing, but placing it in a more realistic color palette for a kind of something that could conceivably be real, even though it's a squig and it's not real. I think it's a really great way of doing it, as opposed to like the bright red and the bright green next to it, which is what you would normally see from squig.
I don't know why, but it reminds me of, there's a British illustrator called Chris Riddell, and he mostly works in black and white, but sometimes he has the color palette in his stuff. He illustrates like he illustrated a lot of the books I read when I was growing up. And I don't know why, but the mangler squigs in particular, like really, and the cave squig really remind me of like his art style. I don't know why. I can't put a finger on why that is.
Yeah. I was reaching for some books because I have a copy of Graveyard Book on my desk, but it's not the illustrated version that he did. So I was looking to see if I need Chris Riddell to hand. But
that's what I mean. Like they have that, like it is grounded, but at the same time it is like that kind of, in a good way, like cartoonish kind of fantasy vibes that just, I don't know, just something about it. I cannot put a finger on exactly what it is. It's like a je ne sais quoi. It is what it is, right? but it just looks so good. It looks so good. I think you've done a great job, Diogo.
Well, it looks so good because it's been executed
Yeah.
to perfection. Like the blending and like the skin work that you've done on here is incredible. Is obviously a choice that you've thought about and you've put it on your models and just executed it brilliantly, and it works so well because of that.
And also, we should also acknowledge the bad guy from Indiana Jones 2 in the middle, who looks really good, and also the work in Kado Ezekiel's cloak.
Yeah, top right.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Work on the cloak is great. And also basting across all the miniatures is just brilliant.
In for you.
Yeah, let's get a zoom. What is it they do on TV shows? Enhance.
Enhance that footage.
Yeah. I like the community joke of that where he's like, enhance. He's like, I've opened the PDF.
There you go. That's as close as I can get it.
That's amazing. Like it looks like sort of brocade work. It's really, really, really good.
It's
lovely color.
Yeah, no, the freehand on that is just incredible.
And the blending into the sort of dirtier bottom of it, and the same on the back.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Yeah. It's truly gorgeous.
That's great. Well done, Diogo, man.
It really is.
Sorry, I'm telling you, he's the middle guy. He's the guy from Indiana Jones 2. You know, the one with once the heart does the Kalimar thing.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Hum Nom Shivai, Hum Nom Shivai, Hum Nom Shivai.
I have to make sure I don't. Ah, there we go. Hang on. There we go. Restored.
Awesome.
Lovely stuff, Diogo. Next up, we have another newcomer.
Oh, it's like newcomer evening tonight. Welcome aboard, guys.
We have Dan Elliott.
Great to see.
Who sometimes is in the chat and sometimes is not. It depends on whether Liam has finished.
The smelliest band in all of 40k universe.
Yes. Here we have the Death Shroud, right? And,
Death Shroud.
And Typhus.
Yeah, Death Shroud, Terminators, and Typhus.
Kalas Typhus.
I mean, brilliant job on these. Like, I really love like the super dark color scheme you've gone for. On my Death Guard, I originally went for a darker color scheme. It looks super menacing. I love like the dark, rusty weapons you have. But then to highlight Typhus, who's your character, with this sort of like vibrant turquoise and then the white sort of bone color as well, just really picks him out, and it's very easy then to see on the table. Yeah, that's definitely the character, and they all just work together super, super well.
Yeah, I like the fact you've sort of got Dan's got the kind of the like around the gorget on Typhus. I wanted to call him Kalas Typhon still, Typhus. It's like the oxidized metal. And then the same on his his thing that's hanging, like his little loincloth thing. And then that is a nice complement to that turquoise in the smoke as well. It kind of all looks like it's kind of come together. And also, I will say the rust effect.
Yeah, it's a really nice way to color that color, to continue that color through the model.
And the rust effect on the Death Shroud sides is perfectly done.
Yeah.
Wow. And you see, the more you look at these models, the more you notice just little subtle bits of extra weathering. Yeah. Whether it's at the top of an armor plate or just like a little bit of like an oil spill or just all these little extra details.
Yeah.
That you've done.
The armor
that really, really sell the model.
The leaking from the armor joints on all of them is really, really like, and where all the armor joins is really, really, really good. I think that's a lovely little effect. I agree with you, Rich. Also, Dan clearly has thought that the tactical rocks that GW give you are not enough. So let's just go. I hope you play
full tactical rock.
Strike it down with the rock. No, these are really, really nice. Honestly, fantastic. Great.
Yeah. For sure. There's so much extra detail in here. The more you look at them, the more you find.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
The gifts of the grandfather have come to you.
I've just come off the back of listening to The End and the Death Part 3, which features Typhus and the Death Guard turning into, as far as I can make out, turning into spiders and crawling up walls.
Yeah, it's pretty creepy.
So it's lovely to see these guys.
As you do.
just looking great. I echo what they're saying in the chat there. Laminated Pigeon says with the pop of the blue on Typhus is beautiful. I completely agree. It's a vibrant enough blue to offset being next to green, which typically you shouldn't do. But as we've seen time and time again,
it's more of a like a turquoise, so it has green elements to it, so it actually works really well.
Is that like halfway house, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, as we see all the time in Tale of Many Warhipsters, people make colour choices that a graphic designer would never make in terms of colour choice. And yet, my guys in Tale of Many Warhipsters proved the colour theory completely wrong and always executed perfectly.
Put your colour wheel in the bin. You don't need it.
So yeah, just
it's always a case of it's not even like a wrong choice or like something that like graphic designer would never do. It's just it's a more bold choice. It's that idea of people have the phrase like you don't like if the color choice isn't like traditional, you're being like more fashion forward, and these are just like fashion forward Death Guard.
Fashion forward Death Guard, I love it.
I love that.
Yeah, we're going to go down to the show. We're going to put on something nice, maybe some pustules, and then we will go and infect a planet. It's going to be great. Join us. Afterwards, we're going clubbing in Berghain. That's how the Death Guard talk, by the way, canonically.
I will just point out that there are a number of Germans who tune in, and I can and I apologise for any
Excuse
offence.
me, I will say I will apologise for any offence I may cause, but I would suspect that the fellow Germans in chat would be familiar with those who are enthusiastic about the Berlin club scene and would agree that they, when they speak English, sound like a bit like that.
Yeah, no, it's great. Really good stuff, Dan. Honestly, very, very good stuff. Next up, we have Fake Street Spirit with an absolute smorgasbord
Bloody hell.
of things. So we have
really been working hard.
We have the Disciples of Teasen each.
The Disciples.
We have Eternus. We have a Troggoth. And we have some Living City, I want to say.
We should just say night to Alex, to Alaric's daughter, who's in the chat, who's going to bed. So good night.
Good night. Sleep well.
Sweet dreams. Have a good time, etc.
Yeah, all of that good stuff.
All that good stuff. Yeah, this is a lot, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to pick on the Flamers for a moment, because they are some of the most, for all of the Zinch here, but especially the Flamers, some of the most vibrant colour that I've seen from any Demon's Army. And I'm just saying, not
absolutely
to perfect.
Not to continue a theme, and Captain Mannery said I may be intimately acquainted with this club scene. I can assure you I'm not. If I was, I'd be a lot cooler. But these guys, they're in the club already. They're waiting for Nurgle to turn up. They're raving. Yeah, look at them. They're like neon. They're holding bloody glow stick. Well, they are glow.
But like that's absolutely perfect for like something that's, demons are otherworldly. They're beings like from the warp. So of course they're, big bright neon colours, and they're almost looking like they're glowing from within because they're made of other stuff.
It's fantastic. Honestly, it's fantastic. I'm genuinely, because obviously this has not been taken. It's not, it's a dark background, but it's not a black background, and yet they still, appear to be glowing. I think you've done an amazing job.
It's incredible.
The Kyric acolytes in particular are excellent.
Buff lads.
Oh yeah.
In Zinch, you lift.
Yeah, you just. What's your plans? Learn magic, get swole, in that order.
That's how it works.
They're really funny models. Like they are so buff. They're more buff than like half the Khorne models that are out there.
Yeah, I've always found that quite funny about the AOS Zinch range, and it is a cool range. But yeah, they have these like hyper buff cultists for the Zinch range, which is actually
got to change. They can change their body into what they want.
Yeah, but like I was going to say, it's a nice inversion on the normal take on Zinch, which is like that. They're not combat-y necessarily. They're more sort of cerebrally wizardy types. Generally, but yeah, I think it's really cool. It matches the vibes from the Zangors pretty nicely as well. In their little corsets. They're all wearing like half corsets as well. I don't know if anyone's noticed that. which is kind of fun. But I tell you what, I will just say, to talk about painting. Fate Street Spirit's use of bright colour on all of these models, except maybe Eternus, but you have got the blending into the purple on the tail, you've got the red banner and stuff, but obviously it's a darker palette generally. But the use of bright colours is, much like Dave earlier, just spot on.
Yeah.
The is it a Flux Master, Josh, on a disc of Zinch? That's the one flying about?
Yeah, probably.
We'll call it a Flux Master on a disciply of Zinch.
One of the many new names that they made.
Like the blending on the, I don't know, magical fart or whatever it is that the disc is doing, but also on the staff as well. You've got that green kind of gem at the top. You've got a little bit of pink on there. You've got orange. It's just really, really nice. And then you've got the darker version of it on the Troggoth as well, for the multicolored fungal growths that he is.
Magister on disc.
Oh, it's a Magister on disc. I apologise.
Says Captain Mannerings.
Thank you, Captain Mannerings.
I'm not going to take credit for him being correct, because I very rarely am.
I apologise to all you Zinch fans out there. But yeah, I think it's really, really good. And again, you see it on the Living City with the green in the shields and on their cloaks as well, blended nicely with that brighter metal. And again, good example of the metallics. Look at Eternus and his darker metallics that you've got there, compared to the slightly brighter metallics that you've got on the Living Cities. It's a really good example. So I think basically what Fate Street Spirit has done here with this combination of models is gone, do you know what? I'm just going to show you how to paint everything in one set of models.
Yeah, but shown really good color choice and metallics, as you were saying there, the choice of what color to use where and when and why.
Yeah. I like the fact that he's the use of I assume I think it's bits of flooring or something, or for building some shelves that they've been put on, because it does make it look a lot like they're all collaborating on building something out of all these pieces that they're sitting on.
I hadn't noticed that, but yeah.
As you can see, I'm the very serious one. I noticed all the serious stuff. So far we've had stubbing your toe, flooring, shelving, and use of Scrabble tiles.
Can we just take a minute to appreciate how good the naming conventions for Age of Sigmar, Slaves of Darkness stuff is? Because I love Eternus, because his full title, to give him credit, is Eternus, the Blade of the First Prince.
It's a great name.
Same as Abraxia. She's Abraxia, the Spear of the Ever-Chosen. I think Indrasta, she's called Indrasta the Celestial Spear.
Right, I've just seen Travis has described the Magister on disc as David Blaine on a frisbee, and I think that's fantastic. Wow. Your bow selector, magic.
That's what I was doing.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I've got YouTube open because I can't see you on Discord.
No, it's excellent work all around here. Is it a dank hold Troggoth? Is that what that is? I remember being asked a question about how to paint that recently, so I think I know the name. I'm really doing bad on names tonight. Normally I'm pretty good.
It does. You know what, Fate Street? It does show
there are a lot of names in AOS though.
Thanks, Dana. I've had fun. Absolutely. That's what you were just saying. Yeah, it shows that you've had fun. You've been enjoying your painting, doing a lot of very different things all alongside, and it's Mollog from Underworlds. There we go.
Mollog.
Yeah. No, excellent work. Excellent work. Very much appreciated. This is what I mean about getting everything on one slide today, guys, because you guys have been very, very
I really like the format. I really like it. I hope people in the chat let us know, but I really like this because it gets us to look at a lot of stuff at once. It's really good.
Yeah. No, cool. Next up, we have frothy paints with a ton of Tyranids. We have Barb Gaunts. We have a winged Tyranid Prime, and we have 2 of Von Ryan's Leapers as well.
Von Ryan's Leapers.
I don't know why Von Ryan owns so many Leapers.
Just loves springy things.
But
he's got the biggest Slinky collection in the Segmentum Solar.
Very good. But yeah, behold.
Yeah, I mean,
we
said this about these before, but to quote Oprah Winfrey, "Bees These are fantastic. I love the use of the yellow and black because it does look like it's the warning, stay away. And those little pops of purple on all their greebly bits and tongues, etc., is just a really nice. Like again, we've talked about like colours that you wouldn't normally think would go together. In this combination, like that brighter purple, but it works really well and it just gives it that little pop of colour, which I love.
Yeah,
It's stole the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong, striking color scheme, and it's very, 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 very effective.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of these, and also like the way you photograph them as well does make them look suitably menacing. It's very nice.
It's very pitch black.
Yeah, yeah.
But without the irritating blue filter over everything.
Where are the Furians? You tell us, Riddick. We don't know. No, I really like these. These are really good. And also, I will say I really like the use of the lighter again because you were talking about when we were talking about Tyranids earlier, right? This whole thing of you've got your kind of carapace color, your chitin, or sorry, your body color, your chitin or carapace color, and then like your greebles, right? That you've done, and also there may be bits for weapons, and it's a great example of it here. With the slight variation when you get to the wings, because when you look at the Wing Tyranid Prime, what Frothy's done has gone for that almost like a lighter yellow / maybe like straw or cream colour for the wing membrane, but it still it blends it really nicely. It makes it look like it's naturalistic, right? It's like it's a part of this, god
Part of the skin, but a little bit more maybe translucent to get a bit more light that goes through it.
Exactly. Hazard cockroach, says Laminated Pigeon, which I quite enjoy.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, really good, man. Nice one.
It's really cool. You ready to see the next one?
Let's go.
The next one is this.
Ooh, Mangler Squigs again. I like it.
Yeah. I love like the extra like spots and like details that you put into the skin tones there.
He's a strawberry squig.
Really, really good.
Now,
and then like on the underbelly of the one of them, and then more like the sort of black spots on the one below. There's just like loads of extra like detail that you actually painted onto these. And I mean, just the skin's brilliant anyway, but adding the actual little detail is just so great to see.
And all the like the glaze that you've done on them to get them so they look like it's like that shiny, fleshy like tone under the colours, like when it's done. I like that a lot.
I told Travis earlier that this is flawless. And I stand by that. But I'm going to add another word here. It's obnoxious. Now, what I'm going to draw your attention to right now is the picture on the left.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the bottom squig's shoulder,
yes.
If you look at the spots that have been put in there,
yeah,
the variation in size, moving logically away from large to small.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to turn your attention to the middle picture, where you can see the same thing is continued on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to turn your attention to the picture on the right-hand side, where the same thing is also present.
On the other one.
That level of consistency on something that is free-handed is it's obnoxious. Just quite how well you managed to focus on that. I've said this many times before now on the stream. When you guys come ahead and you paint something in like this, especially when it comes to like dot work or camouflage or freehanding work or this, that, and the other, I genuinely wish I had your capacity for concentration, because I can't do it. I just flat can't do it. My brain just goes, no, get through it as quickly as you possibly can.
I mean, even the blending on all the teeth. You've got this kind of the dark effect down to the lighter colour, and the teeth in particular look grimy, which is nice. Like they do look like this kind of, and the gum, on that red one at the bottom, and I mean it's on the orange as well, but I noticed it on the red one on the left side. The way the gum's been done and highlighted, it's just Travis. You've absolutely
and just like that slightly lighter shade and really sort of sells effective, like the inside of the mouth. A really great color selection there,
We did
and it's
spend
all the extra details of like the slightly crushed up eye on the top one as well. And even the little rust effects that's being put on like the balls on the end of the chains. There's just so much care and detail put into things.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. And actually, I think Diogo has joined the chat, and we were talking about your squigs earlier. I think we've seen a selection of excellent squigness this evening, which is just brilliant. But Travis, yeah, man, you should be very proud. I think these are fantastic.
And that's not even to mention the bright flowery basing, which we
No.
always to mention as well.
Listen, you know we love a tuft, so and a flower.
Laminated pigeon sums it up brilliantly there.
Brilliant.
Eggs squigzit.
Squigs
Hey.
It's lovely. It's really lovely, Travis. Honestly, you should be really proud of it. Really, very proud of it.
Yeah, really good.
Really great stuff. Speaking of really great stuff, and I've just seen him pop up in the chat. Next up, we have Mini Painting Dad with Vashtor and a thingy. His name is gone. What's it called?
Stomper.
A Stomper. That's it.
Stomper.
I wanted to call it a Squigoth, but that's not it. That's the big turkey thing.
We were just because we were talking about squigs. I think I had the same impulse.
Yeah,
Sean Connery's Stomper. I mean, this is just fabulous, isn't it? On both fronts.
Yeah.
I
love like the subtle blending you have on each armor plate, so they're all individual on the Stomper.
Well, I mean, yeah, it looks like it's been cobbled together by orcs, which is exactly how a Stomper should look. But can we just point out that
that's such a big model.
Look at the grots. Look at all the little grots hanging off it and sitting on the barrel of the gun. How cool is that?
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. So I don't have a Stomper, but I've never seen.
Not going to stay on there for long.
Yeah, I've never seen somebody build it with the grots like on the gun like this. So I don't know if they're part of the kit. I mean, I assume they come with it, or you put them together. But I think that's brilliant. It's so much fun. Go on, shoot him!
Well, especially right in front of the other gun barrel.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Don't shoot him!
The grots don't pay attention to that. I mean, there's the orcs literally have a gun that sucks up grots and teleports them inside other people. So a grot's life is expendable.
It's a hard grot life for us.
Very good.
No, this is like the musical episode tonight. No, I think these are fabulous, and we should also talk about Vashtor, because Vashtor is done very well. I love the purple skin. Makes him look suitably otherworldly and demonic, as he should. And the choice on the armor of the bone color with the edging of the sort of bronzy gold, which I assume is like Balthazar gold or something. I think that's really cool, because again, it gives him that almost like clockwork feel. Do you know what I mean? Like that kind of like
metal and metal is what he's done there.
No, I just mean the coloration of the boat, like whether it's metal or not, like that color palette of the bronze just makes him look like he's like this kind of like clockwork demon of like something that's been around a while and is driven by technology, which again is what Vashtor should be. So I think great job. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, I agree. The lighter metal almost seems like a fleshy color, so it makes it kind of unearthly and very menacing.
Yeah, definitely. Great job.
Yeah, there's I really like the sort of blue metal in the patchwork areas of the icon of Gork or Mork on the
Gork and or Mork, yeah,
on the tummy of the Stomper. But I really also like the glow of the blue buttons.
Yeah.
It's just really
and how vibrant the red rocket is as well. I really like that.
And I'm not sure if it's freehand or not, but if you look on the left-hand side for that little bucket turret, there's a little bit of triangle work going on.
Yeah. That's really good. Also, the smokestacks at the back, actually. Look at the sort of like the carbon, like the darkness from the smoke and stuff that's come out of the little smokestacks and the exhausts. I really like that. That's awesome. It's just a really fun model, isn't it? A Stomper. It's so stupid. It's brilliantly orky, and Mini Painting Dad's done a fantastic job on it.
Yeah. Like, you can never be like mad at a Stomper, like seeing a Stomper across the table from you, because it's so big and like large and ridiculous that it's just perfect for the orcs.
Never be mad, but you can be terrified in their current edition.
Yes.
Of Codex. No, seriously top work, Mini Painting Dad. You've earned your holiday.
Yeah. Go and have a well-deserved rest.
Yeah, go and enjoy yourself.
Absolutely. Next up, we have Mike's Painted Minis with what he thought I might not actually accept as a submission, but everything is acceptable around here. We have Deadpool Bust from Mike's Painted Minis.
It's really cool.
I mean, incredible. I mean, you completely got the look at, and it's such an amazing, like, vibrant red that you've got here as well.
Yeah, and the contrast between the black, the red, and the white is like so neat. That's really hard to achieve. That's lovely.
Yeah. The red is a particular highlight for me. It's done very, 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 very well. It's almost like it almost has a texture of suede to it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Do you know what I mean? I was like initially because I saw
kind of got that fluffy texture.
Euron said I thought it was cake. Yeah, I kind of looked at it at first and I was like, is he painted it to look like a plushie?
Is this cake? Also, the black. Like, I like the contrast between the black on the eye mask, or the mask, and also on the shoulders. He's like a kind of grey, bluey black, and then you've got on the logo on the chest. It's like a much more kind of like pure, like dark black, as it were, which I think is a really nice contrast as well.
Yeah, I'm envious of anybody who has the skills to paint busts, because I don't think my style actually would work on them.
That's really good, really good.
It's a different scale, so you have to often think about different look at details in a different way, and sometimes create texture and whatnot. And as we've been talking about, like the sort of cloth texture we see here, done a great job, and obviously we want to see more of this stuff. If you want to submit it, if you painted it, we want to see it. Don't feel too like that you can't submit this just because it's not at this scale. Larger scale, we're perfectly happy to see that stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, 100%.
Great work.
It's lovely. It is really lovely.
I'm just gonna start doing Jazz Club from Farshay reactions. Just nice.
Please don't. keep doing what you normally do, which is much nicer. No, it's excellent work, Mike. Genuinely. I should have a go at it, really, shouldn't I? I should try and do a bust at some point.
Yeah, man.
Maybe you can get smaller busts, so you could always start off with one of those if that was more comfortable for you, and then move on to something larger.
I'll get a Melania Blade of Mikola, and she has never known defeat. Bust, maybe something like that. No, it's great stuff, Mike. Honestly, please, and guys, just to reiterate here at this point, anything goes in Tale of Many Warhipsters. Submit whatever you like. Well, there are some things I won't put in, pictures of a weird rash, for example. That won't go in. But
where's this? I shaded it with null oil. Please put it in, Josh.
But yeah, no. If you're painting something like busts, or you're painting other game systems, or indeed if you're doing scale modelling or whatever, it's all welcome here in Tale of Many Warhipsters. We need a squats only episode. I agree with the Ostrand that we do. I need to paint some Votan.
It's been so lovely to discover models from other systems through Tale of Many Warhipsters, because we've seen so much stuff from, for example, Shadowpoint, and just seeing what else is out there, and we've been inspired, or even models from Etsy that we've seen as well, and we've just been wow, those are great. We want to tell us where you got those, because we want to see if we can get a hold of them and paint them ourselves.
The Aliens game, which of course makes more appearances today. Mike's in the chat. He says, "Thank you, everyone." You are very welcome, Mike. Thank you for submitting it.
Yeah, well done, Mike.
However, we must move on. So next up, we have Dambuster UK with a Saurus Scar Veteran on Agrodon.
Correct. I believe.
I think.
As far as I know.
It looks very familiar.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where to start on this one? You've got the beautiful use of the green on the feathers.
Yeah.
Look like they've been, and the yellow looks like they've been plucked from a parrot this very day, or other exotic bird. The white on the Scar Veteran skin / scales is really nice and contrasts very well with the sort of red of his. He's got like a loincloth on, right, and then also his gold armor that he's got on, which is again that lovely, rich, kind of very El Dorado gold, which I think is very appropriate for the Seraphon. And then also you've got the use, obviously the Agrodon itself, the dark red into the more beigey colour for the sort of underside of the body, really nicely blended. And on top of all of that, we've got the little pops of jade on the spear, on the rings on its tail, on the icon that's sort of the banner above on the back of his chair, or his what should I call it? Saddle. So yeah, I think this is a bit of a masterclass in blending. It's really well done.
Especially on the Agrodon skin. I mean, the dark, sort of like black brown into the red and then into the beige, as you said, is just done beautifully. Really, really lovely blending there.
I will say the eye on the Agrodon as well. It's only a small detail, but the eye on the Agrodon is really like it gives it life. It looks like it is actually, it's roaring at you. Which I really like.
And even just like the teeth picked out individually and like the different shading you've done in the mouth as well. Yeah, just really great attention to detail across the whole model here.
It's great. It's just great.
It surprises me that this model isn't in the spearhead and that it's a Carnosaur instead. I get why it's a Carnosaur.
I wish it was one of these.
Yeah. But
I mean, the Carnosaur is also very cool.
It is. But part of me, the reason I'm surprised is I kind of thought maybe the spearhead might have this plus the Agrodon Lancers instead of the Carnosaur.
Yeah, potentially.
But no, he's done an absolutely incredible job of it. Like I said, I think it looks quite familiar. I think there's some aspects of my video is in there, and I'm glad if I did help you with my video, Dambuster. I'm very glad. The only reason I go, ooh, I think you watched my video is because of the color choice on the feathers, because that's what I do on my Seraphon is striking scorpion green and bad moon yellow blended together, and it's just always so very, very effective. It looks great, but you've executed it brilliantly, and I couldn't have done a better job on it. In fact, I think you might have done a better job than me, as I think so often many of you do. Yeah, no. Did you wet blend the scales? I think it's done. Like I say, if it's done the way that I do it, it's done with contrast paints, and there is a little bit of kind of putting the color on and then wicking off the excess that you don't need in order to create that faded blend. But he's executed it perfectly, and it looks fantastic.
Yeah, no, amazing. What do you say? It's amazing.
Yeah. Josh invented colourful feathers. I did not. Mother Nature did that. Weirdly, the green and the yellow was inspired by a parrot I saw on Instagram.
There you go.
Is it just at my end, or is Josh really quiet? Am I really quiet?
I can hear you loud and clear.
I can turn myself up a little bit if that helps. Does that
Adjust.
I mean, I can also hear you, but we've got a different sound EQ than the rest of everyone else.
Yeah.
Is that better for everybody?
This one goes to 11.
I can turn them down as well, just a little bit, if that helps balance things. Let me know if it's any better. But next up, we do have representing for Legions Imperialis, and not our only representation of Legions Imperialis. We have Matt Hogan returning once again with some Thousand Suns, but this time with the Armored Core. So we have 10 Rhinos, we have 2 Sicarans, and 3 Predators.
Tiny tanks. Baby bells, but tank form. Really love these. Love the red and white, as I think we've mentioned before. Very cute, yet probably quite threatening in the world of Legions Imperialis. I'm a big fan.
I mean, there's just props to you for picking out all the details, because these are already so tiny models, and I mean, you've literally put them to scale because we can see exactly how tiny they are, and yet for all those tiny like little edge highlights and differences of color and like barrels of the gun, you've picked them out in different colors, and everything just looks so clean and crisp, and there's even some extra shading on the reds as well. It's just, you know, working at this scale, I have nothing but props for you.
And you've made the tracks look dirty as well, which again at that scale is brilliant.
Yeah.
Because like it's hard to it's not I won't overemphasize how minuscule the guns on those rhinos are.
They're tiny. They are absolutely dilly.
They're like shockingly small. I mean, they're bad enough on the Predators and the Sakarans. Like the las cannons on the side are really tiny. Because I mean, I've not built the rhinos. I've done the other ones and painted them for the Emperor's Children, and yeah, they are bloody hard to paint. And I think Matt's picked out all the details. Done a great job.
Yeah. I mean, like even down to like doing a highlight around the windows on the rhinos, or even just like the rim around like the hatch on top of the Predators there as well. It's just such tiny details. You must have great brush control and a very fine tip to be able to pick those out.
I suspect Matt probably went through what I went through when I was painting mine, and Josh, maybe you did too, where you do them and you just sort of think, oh god, like these look a bit awful, and then as it just finally comes together, you put them down and you look at them as they are meant to be, kind of, like here, right, shown together, and you go, actually these look really good.
Fun story for the White Scars list that I've got in mind, not for Legions Imperialis, but for big Horus Heresy. I actually need 3 Sakarans. I have regrets. But we can only live. We have to live with our regrets, unfortunately. But yeah, no. Matt's in the chat. He says, "Thank you. You're very welcome. You've done incredibly good work here." And like I said, the thing that's hard at Legions Imperialis is for it to actually read as the Legion it's meant to, because a lot of the legions are a single color. So like Blood Angels, for example, just all red. These don't read as Blood Angels at all. They read as Thousand Suns, which is an achievement in and of itself, as being able to say these are very clearly Thousand Suns. So it's incredibly well done at this scale to make it read as the Legion it is meant to be.
Yeah, amazing.
100%. It's why, for some reason, they chose with the box art to do either in was it Iron Hands or Iron Warriors?
Yeah.
Is that right? I think the Iron Warriors one is that they're showing off at doing hazard stripes at that size, but like the other thing they do is Iron Hands because it's just black, so it's like cool. Yeah, I had to put more white because people kept thinking they were Blood Angels. I get that. But the fact that you've done the white again at this scale absolutely makes it read as Thousand Suns and not at all as Blood Angels.
Yeah, awesome. Also, guys, we're like 6 likes away from nice, so
oh, we're 6 likes away from 69. Excellent, love to see it. Also, I should say I didn't say this at the top of the stream, but if you're feeling super generous and you want to support A Tale of Many Warhipsters and the channel of the Warhipster, you can give a super chat, or you can become a member. If you become a member, it's another way to submit your photos for A Tale of Many Warhipsters using the Discord, because you get access to the Discord for Tale of Many Warhipsters. But I must stress, you do not have to be a member to take part in Tale of Many Warhipsters. But if you would like to, you can become a member or gift some members, whichever you like. That is entirely your prerogative.
You should be a member because this is an awesome community, and Josh is great and does all the painting tutorials. So if you love him, send some love his way in the form of membership.
I've just seen it. We've hit 69 likes. You guys.
Nice.
Now we can shoot for 100, but like I said, no pressure anybody. But thank you, Matt. Well done. Good stuff. Oh, they thought they had Death Guard on the covers. They do. Sorry, it's Death Guard or Iron Hands. That's what they got. Because they choose Death Guard because it's 2 colours. It's green and bone.
Yeah.
Rather than like Night
that's right.
Lords, which is all blue.
Blue.
Alpha Legion, which is all blue. Word Bearers, which is all red. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just anyway. Next up, we have
Yeah.
Flying Muttley with Cities of Sigmar. We have some Cavaliers, and clearly Flying Muttley is going on a bit of a project spearhead as well, because we have the Cavaliers, and we have a Spoilpox Scrivener as well. I can't tell whose is my favourite.
Josh.
Either yours
Josh.
or mine. What's that?
Josh, look in the chat, Josh.
Oh yes, I see. PD Ostrander with the $100 dues.
To which Laminated Pigeon is given a very, if you don't mind me saying, Richard, a very Australian reaction of crikey.
PD Ostrander, thank you so very much for the $100. That is incredible. Incredible scenes.
Incredible work.
That is remarkable.
What a legend.
Thank you so much. That is very, 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 very kind of you. What an absolute legend. And Martin Spooner's also been a member for 1 month, I should say. He says, woo! Love it.
Woo!
But thank you. Thank you very much, Peter Ostrander. It's very, very kind of you. You guys are being very kind tonight. I'm going to try and hold it together emotionally, because I'm fragile at the moment. So I'm just going to try my best to hold it together. Let's concentrate on some minis, shall we?
Concentrate on like the incredibly fine detail work that Flying Muttley's done on like the scroll of the Nurgle miniature there is, and also the like bubbles and boils of that like river of filth that he's got on the base, which is just incredible.
I really like the fact that you've got the blue quill, because Fly Muttley let us know in the chat if this is the case, but I would assume that there is an implication that has been taken from a Lord of Change, perhaps, and used by a Nurgle model, because they don't necessarily always get on with Zinch.
Maybe.
That would be, I don't know, that's fun. That's my headcanon. But yeah, I really like the. Oh my god, I really like the Spoilpox Scrivener, and the Free Guild Cavaliers are spectacular. Love the dirty grimdark look. Love the sky blue like faded banner. It looks so lived in. It looks so worldly. Amazing. James Matthias, legend.
Feel better, Josh.
You've killed Josh. You've killed Josh. I hope you're happy with yourself.
You haven't killed me. It's just very, very
With
generous.
love.
You. Kill him with kindness. James, thank you very, very much for another $100. That is absolutely
Do you know what?
incredible.
You know what? Hang on a sec. Hang on. It's nothing on their scale, but for the people that aren't already, we've talked about memberships, we've talked about being involved in the community. So listen, here you go, right? In the words of, I don't know, a dinner lady, get some of this down you, when it loads. There you go. Join the community, be members, etc., because it's awesome, as you can see by the people. And join the Discord.
Adam, thank you very much for the 10 gifted members. You guys are unbelievable. Thank you. Not Jed, just leaky. I'm as leaky as a Death Guard.
You want to go see that Nurgle about that?
Thank you. Honestly, I really appreciate you all. I really appreciate everything, guys. I will feel better. I promise. Honestly, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Look at these glorious Cavaliers. Look at them. They are grimdark and they are knightly, and
the color choice that Flying Muttley has on the Cities of Sigmar is always top notch. I love that they're actually like so close in value in terms of like how light or dark they are across so many different colors, which really helps sell the naturalistic look that they're going for. And I always am very impressed when someone really pulls off that naturalistic look, as well as you see here, because it's so hard to do. And Flying Muttley nails it absolutely every time.
No, I agree. It's really hard, I think, to do a muted colour palette and do it well and have it not all look like you've kind of just done one colour and maybe shaded it a bit. Flying Muttley has pulled that off here, absolutely. There is very clear definition between the metallics, the details on the metallics themselves, the golds, the sort of beige colour on the symbols on the various models, and the blue of the robes and the shield details. It just comes together so nicely.
But then to pivot to the Spoilsbox Scrivener, which is such like a vibrant and like fun, like colourful way of painting, it just shows like the breadth of talent that Flying Muttley's putting on display here.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Great job.
I echo all of the above.
Be proud.
I'm super proud. I'm super proud of all of you. I mean, look, we're almost at the halfway. Are we? I don't think we are actually. 40. We're not quite at the halfway mark. But honestly, we've been going. Go on,
Josh. Sorry. No, I was just going to say, as we need to go to bed at some point, we may speed up slightly on some of the comments. But please, if you are in the latter half, and I feel like this is something that we should say on all these streams, if you are in the latter half, please don't take it as like we're not just being effusive about your models. We love them, but we may speed up slightly. That's all.
What I wanted to say is that we're 11. It's been 11 episodes, 11 months of Tale of Many Warhipsters, and I'm always blown away by people who commit to the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
And stay with the series as it goes along. And this is only our second time out of doing this, but like, it's unbelievable. And I think the support is just unbelievable, especially for the project, and your support for me is unbelievable as well. So just massive thank you to everybody. But we should move on because time you're wasted.
Lots of miniatures yet to come.
Spread the love like a fine pox of Nurgle.
Indeed. So Kawaii Fieri is up next with I want to say a Loon Boss and an Arch Knight.
Really sure it's Loon Boss.
From the Freeguild Command Corps.
Every time I see Kawaii Fieri's name, I have to have a chuckle to myself. I love it. It's brilliant.
Great,
We're rolling out with painting, and painting. This is so. We talk about contrasts. We like contrast. We like contrast plus here on this channel. Funnily enough, excellent contrast here. We've gone from the naturalistic scheme, like the quite muted scheme on those Cavaliers, to bright city on the Loon Boss, and I absolutely love the details on the mushrooms and the little eyes and stuff like that. It looks like a
it's so fun.
Have you seen the video for? Is it Peter Gabriel? It's like this is a very weird reference, but you know the music video from Peter Gabriel, the one that's all in claymation. It's a Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer. It's that. Go and look it up on YouTube and stuff. It has this like claymation effects and stuff, and this reminds me of that in like a really cool way. I just think it looks so awesome. All these little like monster things on the mushrooms.
Definitely reminds me of Under the Trapdoor that I used to watch as a kid. With
Yeah,
the claymation monsters.
Oh, Travis.
Yeah, lovely, in bright colours, and then the model on the right as well. Sorry, I've forgotten the name. Also, great metallics, lovely sort of choice of colours between the sort of the gold and the red there, and just every detail picked out super cleanly.
Arch Knight, I think it is, isn't it?
It is an Arch Knight, yeah. Travis, thank you so much for the $100. I want to join in the fun. Thanks for being an inspiration to all of us.
Legend.
Thank you.
Mate,
so much.
You guys are an inspiration to us, and especially Josh, obviously, for all the work he does. But you guys submitting every month, and the quality of your models every month, it makes us, especially like myself, want to continue painting and like pushing myself further. and actually doing great work, so I can I can show all of you.
James. James says,
Look, this
okay,
competitive.
hold my tea with $150 of a donation.
You guys just killing it tonight.
Damn, boy.
I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Damn, boy.
Wow.
No, bloody hell. Yeah. Thank you, guys. This is awesome. But to echo Rich's comments, while Josh has a little cry. Yeah, no, you inspire us, definitely. Like, I was at work today, and Josh had reminded us previously, it was obviously Tails. I'd submitted everything, and I was sitting there. I had a little break, and I was having a cup of coffee, and I just thought to myself, do you know what? I bet I'm going to see some really cool stuff tonight. And, you know, thus far, no one disappointed, and I'm sure the rest of it won't. Everything you guys do is brilliant. All of it. Every single thing. The fact you put the effort in and bother to send it all in and paint all your stuff, and you do it to such a high standard, and you do it well, and you all have your own style. You all have your own inimitable style, and everything we say, and I say this every bloody stream on this thing, everything we say is genuine. Like, when we get to the end, and it was the case last season, it's even more the case this season, when we get to the end, and Josh does this, guys, please tell me what your favourite thing was. It is so hard to pick, because they're all so good, and they're all so good in their own ways, right? And I think the fact that you guys do this, the fact that you are a community that comes to the channel, that submits this stuff, is amazing, and you should all be proud of yourselves. Like 100%. Back yourselves, because stuff you do is amazing. And that's anyway. Yeah, vote Robbins.
That's your TED talk.
I don't know what to say. Thank you guys.
Yeah, I want to meet more of you in person. Like I've obviously met Ben, Captain Mannerings, and Laura. I've been lucky enough to run into them. But hopefully at some point we can do some event or something, or if we're all at Warhammer World or something like that, we all meet up, come say hi, because it's just really good to put a face to a name with the stuff you do. Obviously, for those of you who are in the United States and elsewhere in the world that is a little bit further away, then, you know, if you're ever coming over here, let us know, because we'll have a chat. And I think James previously and Travis have both said they're going to come over at some point. So pints will be drunk, or a beverage of your choice, and we shall chat and be a good community and talk about painting and stuff.
Sure.
I agree. Thank you.
You're right there, Josh.
Yeah, you're right, mate. You recovered.
I'm gonna be fine as we go on. I'm just blown away.
Oh yeah, and Ian obviously at Warhammer Fest. I'm sorry, Ian.
Thank you. Moving on. Next up, we've got,
as one must do.
We've got a lot of how many more hits to go. Kawaii Fieri is in the chat. He says, "Oops, sorry, stepped away. Thanks for the kind words. You're very, very welcome." It's excellent. Next up, we have the Warhammer Mama with a really nice interpretation of Sekar, I have to say. And we also have a owl cat druid. Have I got that right? I think I've got that right. I hope I've got that right. But firstly, I just want to start off by saying that I love the choice of the green of the snake on Sekar, as well as the black armor. And she said in the Discord that wasn't particularly happy with the original color scheme, so went for black in instead. And I think it really, really works. I think it looks great. I think it looks absolutely fantastic.
Black is really, especially against the green and the red there, it really helps to sort of offset those two, because almost kind of grounds the color scheme in that black there, and obviously looks very dark and menacing as well, with that, especially like with the yellow eyes. But yeah, the green on the snake is done beautifully, especially all the having the light underside, but still that hint of green showing through. Yeah, really great work.
You know what it reminds me of? Sorry, I'm doing that. This is as well as musical evening. This is Adam's reference evening. Does anyone remember a cartoon show that was on in, I think, the late 90s or early 2000s that was called like Mummies Alive or something like that? And it had all these characters that were mummies, and they put on armor, and they were like superheroes, and they were fighting like an evil ancient Egyptian mummy, right? And there was one, and I had the action figure of him when I was a kid, and he was the snake one, and he had green armor. That was his thing. He had like green armor, and he was like the snake guy. This Sekar reminds me a little bit of that because of the continuation, both the beautiful blending on the snake, but then the little pops of the jade on the model itself and that like dark bronze armor. People in the chat remember, they know what I'm talking about. It's not Mumra, Pedo Strander, that is a little bit older, but yeah, Mummy's Alive was what I'm thinking of. And obviously the owl cat druid model is just cracking because white is a really hard color to work with, and to blend it into the like the barn owl wings as well and the face is incredibly skillful. So I think you should be very happy with this because you have done a fantastic job.
And especially like the blending, sort of going round with the slight blue as well. So you're blending white into blue and also then into brown as well. So you're blending it two ways.
Yeah.
And then also having all these extra bits of detail, and the feathers look great. And then you've got the druid's cloak behind. Yeah. I mean, it's also just like a lovely model as well.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's just a really cool model. It's very and I don't know if it's from like a D&D type thing, but it's very D&D to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, amazing stuff.
I've just read the words biker mice from Mars in the chat.
Oof, don't even get me started on them.
Always love Dana's submission, says James. Yeah, I agree. You always give us something, like I said earlier with on the bust, you always give us something that's a little bit different, a little bit awesome. It's a Lost Kingdoms mini. There you go. That's where it comes from.
Nice. We've done an amazing job, Dana. I think it's great.
Cool.
I will just say one final comment as well. What's really nice about this, so that bluey color often comes off as like ice, because it's that icy blue.
Mm-hmm.
But here, it's just ethereal. It looks like it's kind of, it's that like magical kind of glow and everything, and the water running through. It just, it's just perfect.
Is the word fey? Is that?
Hey, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's that eldritch kind of fey. The magical world, the veil breaking down between them, and all that stuff. I just think it really, really like pulls it off really nicely.
Do not confuse it with Thundercrack. Very different sort of program. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Dana. Next up, we have Tuka Laukanen with some Chaos characters of his own design, I'm pretty certain. Because we have
there's definitely some great conversions here.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's some sort of sorcerer lord on a disc, and then we have what I think is a lord. But behold, once again, the majesty of Tzeentch.
Well, we've got alas poor Yorick on the left, right? We've got the Hamlet, to be or not to be speech going on. He's chatting to the head. Which is just excellent as a modelling choice, in my personal opinion. And the Lord on disc is a really cool concept, and I think you have pulled it off brilliantly. Things I love about it as a conversion, I love the fact the energy that it's riding on is like it's stolen it from the Dead Stormcast, because obviously we know what happens to them. They explode, they go back up to Azir. This guy's like, nah, listen pal, you're not going back to Azir, you're not getting reforged. Do you know what you are? You're petrol. I'm using you as fuel in my ride, right? I'm zipping about on your soul. How do you feel, you lightning based idiot? And then the other bits on him as well that I really love, you've got the little I think it's the face of the, is it Josh, is it the it's the one that comes on the Tzeentch chariot, the one that's got the moon face with like 3 eyes in it. That's what's been used on the shield. And you've got the skull on the shoulder pad as well. It's the little bits like that that really give it that like chaos, like obviously chaosy, but like specifically Tzeentchy vibe as a conversion, which I really love.
Yeah, I mean, it's chaos going extra, as they like to do with all their spikes and their trim. This is going extra even more because it's Tzeentch. Because
or
of course
Travis calls it David Copperfield on a paper plate.
Exalted Hero, Tzeentch, and Fate Master conversions. There you go. And Canada also says, so many summery warm colours today, had to bring it back. The winter's cold.
I love it. Laukanen, that's wonderful. It's so Finnish. It's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
I love like the little bits of snow that have got caught in the cloak of the first model as well. And then I just want to point out like the beautiful, almost like emerald green armor that you've got there.
Yeah.
Sort of slightly shiny as well on the second model. It's just stunning.
Well, the use of the blue fur and the purple feathers on the cloak as well is really nice. Again, makes it look that much more zinchy. And I must say, like, both of these are like little dioramas, which is always really cool when people do that in their conversions, right? It's like
So
it's
much
telling a
character.
story. So as I say, you've got I'll call him alas poor Yorick, the exalted hero on the left with his chatting to the recently deceased friend of his, or probably enemy, but recently deceased in any case. And then obviously we've got, as I said, all the stuff about the Stormcast on the right hand side. So it's telling a story, which is nice, and it gives it that much more character.
Yeah. What I really like about this, and again, so having just finished Black Pyramid, there is a lot of stuff going on in Black Pyramid. I would recommend it. I don't think it's quite as good as Plague Garden, but it is still worth the read. But one thing you learn in Age of Sigmar is how I think how human the entities of chaos are. Because I think quite often what they get represented as is just glowering bad guys. Quite often.
Moustache twirling.
Yeah, so sometimes not always. There are books like the Black Legion, which puts Black Legion series, which puts a little bit more of a characterful spin on some of those members of Abaddon's court, and indeed Abaddon himself. But at the same time, there are still a lot of characters within those that are quite monotone. It's we're going to kill the corpse worshippers, and that's kind of as far as it goes.
Yeah.
Now, one thing you get in Age of Sigmar is actually these are whilst they might be promised to Slanesh or Khorne or Nurgle or Tzeentch, or they are peons of the Three-Eyed King, the Ever-Chosen himself. They actually are proud, storied warriors in and of themselves. And what you have a lot of is variation within the personalities of chaos, of the chaotic champions. And my point to saying all of this, Tuco, is that what you're capturing here is Age of Sigmar in its nuance. These are two Tzeentchian champions that are super arrogant, but also storied champions in and of themselves, and you can tell in the way that they're standing, the way that they're posed, the way that they're shouting their own epithets as they ride into battle to meet Sigmar's lightning men. And it's a real testament to your conversion work, and of course also your painting.
Oh, I mean, I will also say, like, to echo your point, Josh, a little bit, and to reinforce it, and this goes to my growing argument with lore channels, 40k lore channels, and people who say, there's no lore. Let me tell you something. Lore for Chaos in AOS, personally, as someone who loves 40k, to be clear, I think it's much more interesting, because it's not just, I didn't have a statue and therefore I'm going to try and kill my dad, thus the consequences thereof. It's, hey, do you know what? Chaos took over the mortal realms, and the guy we worshipped, the guy that's the good guy, our god, the lovely one we like, the one that's protecting us, yeah, he ran away and he shut the doors and he left us all behind, and a lot of us got killed. So why should I trust him? Why shouldn't I throw my lot in with the Chaos Gods? Why shouldn't I? They offer me power. They offer me something to protect myself. He betrayed me. I think it's much more evocative than he betrayed me because I didn't get a statue, or I was lied to by some knob end from the word bearers. Yeah. It's much more interesting, and that's why the Dark Oath, the recent Chaos release, if you read some of their lore, is really interesting, because theirs is very much a transactional relationship with Chaos. Yeah, they worship the gods, but they're fully aware that, well, they worship in their own form, but they're fully aware that they're not great. They do bad, weird stuff to you, but you can get power from them. You can protect your people. You can get food. You can get shelter. You can get land, right? If you sacrifice in the name of the gods. It's a really interesting story. I won't go on about it because we could do a whole thing on this, but I just think it's really interesting. And to bring it all back to this, I think, Tika, what you've done, as Josh says, is you've really instilled that character into your miniatures, and that is amazing.
Yeah. There you go. But thank you, Tuka. Next up, Yes, it is Belial of the Deathwing and Lionel Johnson from James Mathias. He's got he. I couldn't get all three onto one slide, so he does actually have two.
Well, I mean,
He's given us so many lovely angles, though, so we get to see all different parts of the miniature that he's painted.
also properly labelled, very organised. Well done, James. It's great stuff. I mean, again, like excellent example of the bone scheme on the Deathwing, on Belial. I love on both of them how rich the cloaks are, and the material generally, like the cloaks. The white contrast on Lionel Johnson is so clean, and again, white is such a hard colour to work with. I also really like the almost the super dark green armour, because I think, like Josh, I followed your tutorial. I think your one and the one that most people have done is more like black with green underlying. This is more just like a super dark green. It looks like a Jaguar, like a British racing car, like British racing green kind of colour.
I think it is probably, to my eye at least, it almost seems more black, but then he's put those green edge highlights on it, so it actually sells as dark green.
Yeah, no. I mean, maybe maybe my eyes are just crap, but yeah. To me, I don't know. Maybe it is just the edge highlights, but it does make it look like a bit more dark green than black, which I really appreciate. I think the skin tones on both of them are excellent, and also the naturalistic tone on the lion's lion cloak is just amazing. And big shout out for the detail on old lion's tile job on the bottom on the floor. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's worthy of a Victorian,
Lovely, great detail.
A sort of Victorian house in London in the hall. It's like the tiling that you get, that sort of nice paving they used to do.
Yeah.
We should pause for a second because Josh is about to have a coronary of enjoy.
Starpilot 94 with the $200. Hopefully I can partake in next season more often. Just have had no time or focus whatsoever when I do have time. And then a ton of love hearts after that. Starpilot, honestly, thank you so very, very, very much. That is incredibly generous of you.
Yeah, Starpilot, you listen, doesn't matter when we partake once or many times, you are part of it, and we love you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you have taken part, which means you are 100% involved as part of the Tale of Many Warhipsters, and you're just a very valued member of this community, and that's incredibly generous of you. Thank you so very, very much. My little heart, this evening.
I cannot take any more. Please.
It's very, very full. Amazing models, amazing painters, amazing community, amazing members. You just are all the best. And
definitely.
It's incredibly generous of you, Starpilot. I very much appreciate it. For those of you who are worried about not taking part in Tale of Many Warhipsters and perhaps wanting to, or that we're close to the end, Season 3 is definitely happening.
Well, we're gonna have to. It's like there's so much cool stuff you guys are doing. We need to see it.
Yeah.
This community is the most wholesome place I've ever joined. I love it.
Aw.
And that's only because of you guys. Not Adam and Rich. Well, yeah, Adam and Rich, but because everybody.
We're a bit like
Fine, we're here.
We're a bit like a more wholesome version of Statler and Waldorf. The two Muppets in the balcony. It's like, hey, you did a really good job on the painting. Like a positive version of that. Yeah. I will say shout out to, just to go back to chat, I will say shout out to Red Covenant, who recognised the sort of thing I was going for, which is the Top Gear joke, is that the lion definitely drives a Jag. Just turns up in your world. I'm sorry I've destroyed your entire planet, but it's okay, I drive a Jag. And I do love the red on the weapons as well. Sorry to go back to the paint job. I love the red power coils. Almost makes it look like a Star Warsy weapon, like a Sith weapon, which is interesting, I think. And again, to make another Star Wars reference, I enjoy the inclusion of Aunt Beru and Uncle Lars on the Belial's base there, looking a bit crispy after the stormtroopers have turned up.
It's incredible work, James. James has another slide. You'll see why I couldn't put all three on one, because...
Oh, come on!
Yeah. As you do.
Vandus the Hammerhand, the Lord Celestin of the Hammerhands, the man himself, just in incredible detail. I knew he was working on Vandus Hammerhand, and I've been excited to see it ever since he said he was doing it. And
You've done that armor. How have you got
the armor has got like it's such like a shiny bright steel, but yet it has so much depth to it.
It like the design on the armor just really pop. Like that must be shading plus loads of like highlighting and relayering. It's so good. That's fantastic.
Are you using like a special metallic paint for it? Because it really does like pop out of the image.
And the red on the
and then
cloak,
obviously lovely retail. Yeah, the lovely red like
retail,
such, like, great like subtle shade. Sorry, detail red cloak, such lovely shading.
I mean, he could be stood in the front of your "Welcome to Tesco, aisle 4 for vegetables." You know, he could be, but no. I to be more serious, this is just the quality. It's just fantastic.
And obviously the amazing green, sort of turquoise, dark turquoise that you've got on the creature as well. Yeah, just brilliant.
It's a
Is it a Draconid?
All round.
A Dracoth, yeah.
Dracoth. I wasn't sure which one. Yeah.
Yeah, could I help you with your shopping, madam? Please follow my hammer.
It has a name, and I think its name is Kalnax.
Kalnax?
Kalanax.
Oh, Kalanax. That's good.
I'm pretty certain that's its name.
Alanax.
And if you'd like to see what happens to Vandus Hammerhand, make sure to catch up on Dawnbringers 6.
Yeah, read Dawnbringers. Again, in my AOS lore thing, read Dawnbringers. Really good. Really good.
This is crazy good, says Travis. It is just crazy good. I mean, there's why I couldn't fit all three. I tried to fit all three on the slide.
You know what he looks like? He looks like a Roman, like a sort of like a fantasy version of a Roman centurion to me, like almost like a Praetorian guard that you get in like kind of fantasy games. I don't know why it's the big crest and the face helmet. I don't know. It's so good.
Yeah.
And then like so it's the combination of that and the silver and red. I don't know why for me it screams Roman. I don't know why that is. Maybe it doesn't to others. That's a personal opinion. But yeah.
Also, I have to shout out James Mathias's fantastic photography work, and then compiling the photos in such a way that we can see all the lovely details that they've put together.
Well, what James has realised, to Josh's point earlier about names, is that we sometimes quite a lot, get these wrong. So actually, having a giant banner at the top that just says Vandus Hammerhand is going to be a lot nicer than just us going, yeah, I think it's really good, the Stormcast model, the captain on Draconith. Not well, Josh will know it, it's Stormcast, right? But, you know.
Yeah, it's great. Seriously great work, James, honestly. Real treasure. Real pleasure to see a Vandus.
Top bins.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Absolutely. Moving on, we have Eron, who is in the chat.
He is.
With a plethora of custodies. We have some Terminators. We have a Shield Captain from the Warden's kit. And we have a Achilles. It is an Achilles Dreadnought.
It is.
Behold.
Indeed.
Yeah.
The
green on these is absolutely lovely, as is like the eye spacing, but it's not just like a flat color for the eye space. As you can see on the Dreadnought, you actually almost have this kind of glow effect, which I think is just so cool to get that sort of variation of color into it, and just makes it look even better.
Yeah, the ice space. I mean, the models themselves are going saying the ice spaces are incredibly impressive. Eron, how did you do that? Please do tell if you do not mind disclosing your recipe, because I think that looks wonderful. I just also really like the dark blue, like dark black armor scheme on Custodes.
Mm. Yeah.
Because the only other ones you normally see that are the dark ones are the the dark ones. Makes sound like I'm talking about some sort of fancy. The Shadow Keepers, who are just black and red and gold. Turns out, again, good example of blue and green. In this case, definitely should be seen. This kind of dark blue scheme with that pop of green with the gold on it as well. It just looks super. I think it's really good.
The choice of going for blue on the highlights for the black is a top tier choice because it gives it that kind of not lacquered finish, but it gives it that real kind of mirror sheen to the black. So whilst it is very much identified as blue, it creates a vibe of depth that is hard to achieve with miniature paints, which is just very, very, very on brand.
Especially when you're painting black. Yeah, but especially when you're painting black, which can, if you're not careful, can just look fairly flat at times. But like I said, yeah, there's so much depth to this. Yeah,
it's just a real like masterpiece in the way of doing that, as you say, getting that depth into black, like nominally black armor, and gives it that blue feel. Also, big shout out for doing the little lightning details on the Guardian spear. Big fan of those. Do those on my own custodians. Always make it.
Always a fan.
Always make it look good. I think just a cracking job as well.
The base really is a blue-black colour shift paint. Oh, there you go.
That's interesting.
And it's from the Warcom article about snow.
Isn't Warcom one of the dark ones that I was talking about earlier?
Maybe. But no, these are superb, Ian.
Really well done.
Yeah, really, really, really well done. Excellent stuff. Next up, we have Ricky Drinks paint with even more MES BG, and we have, I think, this will conclude his spearhead for Flesh Eater Courts. So we have 3 more Beg Knights, we have Crypt Guard, and we have it's not an Executioner, Decapitator.
Royal Decapitator, yeah.
The lightning effect is from Josh's
there's almost
Shadowkeeper video.
Whole spearhead's worth of miniatures there anyway.
Yeah, man. I'm painting these Crypt Guard at the moment, as I say, and Ricky done a cracking job on these guys. Definitely giving me some inspiration. Yeah, definitely giving me some inspiration. I like, again, all the little, because they're not big models. Like they are. I'll hold one up for the camera. Like they're not massive at all. They're pretty small little dudes and dudettes. So the detail you've got like around the faces and stuff, like on the teeth, on the 2 that are zoomed in there is really lovely. Your Morbeg Knights look incredibly creepy in terms of the Morbegs themselves, the big bat things having like human-like skin. That's proper creepy, man. In a good way, like it makes them look, suitably Flesh Eater Courts and awful. But that's a really interesting way of doing it. I really like that.
I was going to say as well, just like the color choices that you've made on the ghouls with that sort of like pale, it's slightly brown, slightly green skin, very pale, with then the rusty sort of more brown, dark brown leathers and the rusty weapons. It's just like the perfect color scheme for them, and it looks like it should be on like the cover of some like Mordheim magazine or something, like to sell Mordheim as a game. It's just like a fantastic color choice. Brilliant the way that you put these together.
Yeah,
and then obviously the Middle Earth miniatures are brilliant. Of course, I'm always going to be predisposed to those, and you've done a great job there as well. But I'd say in this collection, the ghoul like color choice is especially brilliant.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Mordor catapult though. The work you've done on that looks really good. I was thinking about getting a Mordor catapult the other day because I was just like, do you know what? Maybe Mordor could use it as well. And also, isn't that is it Goroth and Zagdush are the 2 that are in the corner? Yeah, who are the orcs, which are awesome. Cool to see some little, again, MSBG characters, as well as as an Isengard stan. The halflings being taken away there by the Uruk-hai. It's always good.
Where are they taking them?
It's very cool.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Josh, because they're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Soundboard. No,
Do you know what? I was talking actually at lunchtime to some colleagues in work, and for some reason we were talking about this stuff. And I said when I went to see the 2 Towers live with the orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall, there were two moments that stood out in a fantastic film, but just of the reaction of the audience. One was when Viggo Mortensen very famously kicks the thing, breaks his toe, and literally I looked around the Albert Hall when that happened. The number of guys who were on dates or like with their significant other who all just suddenly leaned across and started whispering, and I was like, I know what you're saying, and you think that's like some new fact. Everyone knows it. And the other one was, of course, what do your elf eyes see? The Uruks are turned northeast. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard, and literally everyone of a certain age in the Albert Hall just went, ha.
Yeah. Ricky says in the chat he wanted the Night Shriekers, I think is what the mounts are called. Alec Man has confirmed they are called Night Shriekers. He wanted them to be hairless, and they absolutely come across that way. It's really, really, really well done. But yeah, I echo all of the sentiments right there. I also love the best of the rest gold armies on parade.
Just in the background, yeah.
Which is just lovely. I mean, I can absolutely see why. I mean, you're just a phenomenal painter, Ricky. And, I think you should invite Ricky to your narrative campaign, because now he can take part in your sieges.
Listen, Ricky is more than welcome to come and listen. You know what we need, Ricky? We need something that can turn dwarves into pancakes, and I think that catapult might be a decent shout at that. So when I'm up against Rich, bring down the catapult and we'll just fire rocks at him until he stops coming and rolling sixes.
I'll have to invest in a dwarf blister or something.
Yeah, oh
Try
god.
to even the odds. I think Sean's got one of the Iron Hills ones.
Yeah, the Iron Hills ones. Yeah, they're deadly, those things. But anyway, no, great job, Ricky.
I've
Amazing
just
work.
seen
And
as well in the
Travis,
Travis. Time to go home from work. Great work, everyone. Thanks for a wonderful time. 35-minute drive, so hopefully I can catch the end. If not, have this. And Travis has super chatted another $50, and I can't handle this
Incredible.
loveliness, guys. You're really spoiling me tonight. That's very,
Colonel,
very
you
kind
can
of
bring
you.
it riders around. Absolutely, you can bring it riders around.
That's very kind of you. I hope you drive safe. We probably will see you again if you get home, because we've still got quite a bit to get through. But and of course, we have the wrap up, so you should be back. But hopefully see you again very shortly, Travis. But thank you very much for the 50. It's incredibly kind of you. You guys, honestly, I don't know what to do with you. We have to move on to the next one, which is Viking Minis 50 with 2 centerpiece miniatures all at once. We have Belthanos, the first Thorn of Kurnoth, another excellent name, but quite hard to get your tongue around. And then we also have Magnus the Red. James is back. Has got called into a meeting again, doing my portion. Thanks so much for all the lovely and kind words. You're very, very welcome, James. Thank you for sharing your Vandus Hammerhand. Of course, the Lion and Belial as well, but thank you very much for your Vandus. I've been waiting very patiently for it, and it did not disappoint. It's absolutely phenomenal. But Viking Minis 50, we have Belthanos and Magnus. That we have.
I mean, it's just so good. It's just so good.
Yeah.
Everything about it. Look at the colour blending on Belthanos. What's wrong with you people? Why are you all so good at this?
Yeah, the Belthanos. I mean, Magnus is obviously there looking absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus looks super.
As you'd expect, but Belthanos is just stunning. To have such the dark greens and browns, then be offset by this sort of sweep of rainbow color, but then you've got all the details, and if you actually look on the sort of more left hand side, you can see he's got all the little extra dots and details of that color as you transition the blend.
Yeah.
It's just stunning.
It's amazing.
And the color scheme just works incredibly well.
It really does, and the dark, even the skin on Belthanos himself, and the way that the sort of the horns transition up into the darker color. It's just so good. It's so good. And I mean, we've all mentioned the laser cut previously, the laser cut plants and stuff on the base. It just looks it's just fantastic. My Belthanos sitting over there unpainted because I'm so focused on Spearhead, but this is giving me ideas. I mean, I won't copy this exactly because I'm frankly I lack the ability to pull it off as well as you have, Viking Minis. But stunning.
Yeah, it's such a unique take and just executed to perfection.
Well, it just adds that little bit of colour, right? In the wood, the naturalistic, the wood and the dark tones and the green tones. It just adds that little pop of like whimsy and fantasy and magic. It's just so good.
Yeah.
And we got to talk about Magnus as well, because like the wings. I mean, the wings are really good. The armor's really good. The skin looks amazing. I love the blending into the use of the dark red and then blending into the darker red on the hands. Looks really good because Magnus often is done very bright red, which is cool. But this is like a good, almost like again more naturalistic take on him. The purple on the both on the wings and on the hair is really really cool. And you know what? Props for using the nipple horns, because that's where Magnus hangs his shopping when he has to do a big shop and carry it all back to the planet of the sorcerers. So well done for that.
James has just said on the topic of nipple horns, that Magnus makes me want to paint a Magnus, and I really don't want to paint his tusk nipples. Interesting thing about the Magnus the Red kit is it is designed and constructed in such a way that you can either put the armor on or completely leave it off.
Yeah.
So actually, if you do want to do it, you can just leave the armor off. You're not going to be like missing. There's no pegs or anything. You don't have to do any green stuff work to make it so that you don't have to have the armor on. You can just leave half of it off. You can leave half of it on. You can have a different weapon. I think the wings are slightly posable as well.
Yeah, the wings are. Don't they?
And yeah, it's a really interesting one, the Magnus the Red one. But yeah, I mean, Viking
So really-
50 has done an incredible job here, and those wings on Belthanos's bug are absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah. Next up, we have Plopsicorn with Blood Angels. We have the Soul Survivor, and we have some Eliminators. But we also have a mini from the Aliens board game. I told you it was coming.
She's not having a good time, is
She
she?
is not having a good time.
Not at all.
Which is, yeah, I mean, behold. I mean, like, the scariest thing in Aliens is that happening to you. I think it's done. I think they've done a great job of it. Absolutely, just executing it really, really well. It captures all of the kind of eldritch horror of the Aliens franchise. There's the bits
sure.
like when they find them in Aliens when they're all cocooned up and this, that, and the other, and that bit's really horrible and creepy. But then there's also the chest burster itself from Aliens 1, and then also resurfaces in most of the other Aliens. So, go on. It's actually a 3D printed mini, not from board game. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Really? Wow.
Well, I mean, it's a really cool addition to it because what I was just going to say. Have for those who are fans of the Alien franchise, the trailer for Alien Romulus has been released, I think yesterday, and it does look pretty good. It looks like a bit of a return to the original haunted house in space type concept in Alien, and by all accounts will feature a lot of facehugger, chestburster, soul xenomorph action, which looks pretty cool. So Plopsicorn, maybe you want to check that out as an Alien fan if you haven't already.
I need to watch that trailer.
Yeah, I would check it out. It's pretty cool.
But these miniatures, the camo cloaks are a particular highlight for me. I love those.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I'm assuming you've put like the basing texture actually on the cloak itself, because it is just to me it's something that seems so obvious that people would do, yet I've never really seen it done before, and it absolutely sells them as like proper camo cloaks, and it's stunning. It's really, really well done.
I think the guy with the guy on the right of the picture at the bottom, with where you can see it on the helmet, and then you've got the goggles, is very much reminding me of what was the video game we used to knock around with the guy who's called Sam, and he had the 3 glowing green eyes on his goggles. Splinter Cell, that's it. It reminds me of Splinter Cell. I love it. It looks so good. That camo cloak as well. It's just really. And it's kind of funny, right? Because when you think about it, they're wearing bright red armor. So, but you've then what you've done very sensibly is obviously you've gone with the grassy moss, but then there's a lot of the like leaf litter, the orangey leaf litter, so it blends in even more. So you can kind of see it working. It just looks, looks really, really good.
Like the backpack almost kind of, you can see it blending into the undergrowth there.
Yeah.
I also do have to point out top-notch goo on the Lone Survivor there as well.
Oh yeah, you've got
absolutely top-notch.
We like some good goo, and you've got some excellent goo there. Goos, slimes, anything, that kind of thing.
I will just say, Plop Squad, he says it's just tufts and leaf litter, but
you've arranged it.
You've arranged it in such a way that is absolutely spot on, and you have a future in painting any The Last of Us board games that might exist or coming out in the future. Especially in your composition of these types of things, because it looks really, really good. It's really, really, really well done, mate. Honestly. Because I've thought about doing similar in the past, but I'm not good at placing tufts. I'm really not. I'm not very good at it at all. So it's a real skill to have an eye for doing that, and it's really, really well done.
Nice.
Yeah. Moving on. Next up, we have Baradin with a Parasite of Mortrex and a Merknob.
I mean, the Merknob is one of the greatest names in Warhammer.
Yeah, I always read how juvenile my brain is. I always read it as Mernob.
Mernob. Ugh, oh no, he's got. Anyway.
What's that, brother? Mernob. Brother, knob. Merknob with Belcher banner. So Baradin is on the old this Project Spearhead as well, because the Merknob is definitely part of that as well. But yeah, nice. I love the Parasite of Mortrex. That was my first ever sprue review. When I was being slightly asinine and trying to prove a point by making that video. So if you ever want to go back and watch that one, you can.
You asinine trying to make a point. Never happened.
I was trying to change things for the best on YouTube. It hasn't worked, but I keep doing them. So it is what it is.
Well, we can change things for the better here in our community.
Yeah, exactly. No, these are awesome. I mean, the Leviathan scheme is a classic. It's executed really well here, and the blending on the wings is wonderful. I think that's really, really nice. Yeah. That like skin, and it's funny we were talking about Alien. I mean, the Parasite of Mortrex is the Tyranid equivalent in many ways. Goes around and stabs you with his ovipositor, and then you get rippers bursting out of you, which isn't very fun. Maybe fun for the rippers, but probably not for the victim. And yeah, the Merknob as well. I love that the like dark red on the. Sorry, I appear to have an owl fight going on outside my window, which is quite an unusual occurrence. The red on the armor is really, really good, along with the dark leather on the sort of cloak and stuff. On the clothing he's wearing is really good. And again, much as we've talked about with many of these Cruel Boys models, really captures that like gross, swampy that they have in all the right ways.
Yeah, no, for me here, like all the colours on both miniatures just perfectly placed. Like it looks like they're stepping straight out of box art. Everything's just really well considered and really just perfectly placed. Great colour choices, like you said, great blending on the wings as well. Some lovely depth in all the reds on the orc as well. And for the rest of the colours, it's just really good control and choice of colours here.
Good night, Frothy Paints. Have a good one.
Yep.
Thank you for hanging out with us. Yeah, but I completely agree with everything that you guys are saying. I've just always really liked that. I really love both of these miniatures. I think they just look so effective. And again, they can be really simple color palettes. So when they're executed as brilliantly as this, they just really capture the vibe of both miniatures. The Parasite of Mortrex, absolutely spot on. It's a really simple, elegant miniature. It's one of the reasons I really like it. It's wings, flesh, and carapace, but it's not got carapace in dumb places. It's just all really nicely proportioned. But the Merknob, again, just absolutely spectacular miniature. It really captured the vibe of AOS 3. And it really, really was one of the highlights of Dominion, and of course Cruel Boys were a real highlight for AOS 3 anyway. I'm hoping they get some form of cavalry or something in AOS 4. And just a couple of extra bits here and there, because I'd like to return to the swamps a little bit. But yeah.
Don't we all?
Yeah, exactly. I belong in a swamp anyway. But awesome work, Baradin. Seriously, good stuff. Next up, we have Random Salutation with this.
It's really the
This is correct. And
Yes.
wow, I mean, talk about bright, vibrant use of color. This is literally glowing.
Is it a
Yep.
Hellbrute Random Salutation? I think you printed
Isn't
it.
this- Isn't this a whether it's a print or whatever, but of like the demon prints that they did? Because there was that Nurgle demon prints for a while that sort of looked like this. I thought
I think so.
like a really old Forge World model that was.
It's in the Discord. Hang on, I'm going to go
Actually, yeah,
find it.
yeah.
I was about to do it on the screen, but it would just screw up the
Are
stream.
those LEDs in the eyes?
It looks like it.
That's scary. Imagine that
It
at
might
night.
be.
Imagine that.
If
at
it's
night.
not, then you've done a great
Yeah.
job of
Yeah.
It's
People in
the
drawing
chat-
it as glowing.
It's
Yeah.
the
Yeah, people in
Forge
chat are
World
agreeing. It's the Forge World Prince of Nurgle.
Random
Yeah, I thought.
Salutation confirms it themselves. Demon Prince of Nurgle. There you go. I mean, no, it's just his OSL.
I mean,
Right.
It looks
Okay.
real
So,
active.
Bloody hell!
so
I
that
mean,
is the
you've done-
highest compliment I think anyone can give your OSL. Is if
Yeah.
Adam thought it was real. I thought it was real LEDs, but if it looks like LEDs and you've done it, then you've absolutely smashed it. It looks incredible, man. Honestly.
I mean, again, top goop work on the splunge gun, as I've decided to call it. It looks like that, you know,
Amazing
from
as well.
like Gunge. Like, remember Gunge in the 90s? That whole phase of game shows with Gunge. It's like that.
Yeah.
This is Dave. This is what happens when Dave Benson Phillips off of Get Your Own Back starts worshipping Nurgle. But no, I think this is amazing. It's so vibrant. It's so gross
yeah,
in all the right ways.
yeah, yeah.
It's
really
gross
hideous
in
to
that
look
it's
at.
like radioactive. Almost looks like it's, you know, from like a Fallout game, step out of the
Yeah.
wasteland. But then it's, you know, you've got those deep sort of disgusting reds where it's decaying as well, which just helps sell it even more.
Yeah, it's like it. Yeah, it's like
We missed most of that, Adam.
oh, sorry. I said it's like, you know, I started worshipping Nurgle and then I got hit by a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just all of the saws work as well, just around every single part of the miniature is just spot on. I mean, the blends into the radioactive flesh are excellent.
I'm probably pulling some faces that look like disgust. Believe me, Random Salutation, it's a compliment. Because they just look, ugh. Like, Josh Elliott, ugh, brother. Ugh.
I mean, that's exactly what you want from a Nurgle miniature.
Yeah, the sores and all the bleeding skin and ugh. Oh, it's so well done. And like the base, we should give a shout out to the base as well, because you got the toxic sludge on the base, and also the little tufts of like plant material.
The little
Looks
reeds.
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, little reeds. It just brings it all really nicely together.
Travis says, I'm driving and listening. I need to remind Adam that this is a family show and Top Goo and Sponge Gun are borderline.
Listen, how you interpret it is up to you. It's a family-friendly title.
We're just describing models we see in front of us.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's excellent Random Salutation. Honestly, it's really, really good. It's brilliant. In all the wrong ways. Well, right ways, but yeah, no, it's excellent. Excellent stuff. Those reeds are made from a barber's hairbrush. Oh,
Pretty cool.
That's very clever. I like
Are you a barber by trade, Random Salutation? Or was that just something you got hold of? It's very cool.
How many total entries were there this time? There were lots and lots of entries, which is why I've tried to keep them all on single slides. Overall, I think I downloaded over 100 pictures.
We keep talking, so sorry about that.
Yeah. Next up, thank you, Random Salutation. Next up, we have Ice Phoenix with a Salamander's Primaris Chaplain.
Yes.
Nice. I love that the Salamanders is in black and gold. That's actually a really lovely colour scheme for them.
Yeah, it does. It you know, it's a chaplain. You've nailed the black and gold theme with the chaplain and keeping it there rather than doing coloured shoulder pad. I think is a great choice. Agree with Rich 100%. Love the leather, the various sort of shades of leather and aged, because like those the I don't know what they are, but I guess they're meant to be like parchment in some cases. But to me, they almost look like
they almost look more like leather straps here.
Yeah, like leather straps. Like he's decided he's writing on his belt and he's stuck them on his shoulders. But I genuinely, I really like this. Really, really nicely done. Looks very grimdark. Looks very Chaplin-esque.
Mm.
Much so, but yeah, like, I was going to pick up the same things as well. The leather work is just incredible. Like there's those subtle tonal variations that you get in natural leather, and then you've got all like the chipping and wearing on the more straps on the sides as well.
Well, on the back of the coat as well.
He really sells it. Top quality leather work there.
It looks like an appropriate for the salamanders. It looks like, you know, when you see like a medieval blacksmith in like a leather apron. It looks like one of those, right? It's really nice.
Yeah,
I will say, I don't know why from this angle, and I've got one of these. I don't know if I've noticed this before, but I really like the idea that his staff is a Pez. Like he presses a button on the back of it, and that skull goes, and a little thing comes out. But no, that's me being silly. I really, I really like it. I like the book as well. The like dark red leather on the book with gold edging.
Mm. Yeah.
This is actually Tobias as a model. I'm looking for something that says Leather Daddy. It's really, really well done.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, fabulously grimdark.
Yeah, I really love the choice of gold for the Salamanders logo on a chaplain as well. I think it really, really works.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially in context of the rest of the colour scheme as well. Gold is absolutely the right choice here.
Yeah, definitely.
100%. Next up, we have Laminated Pigeon with a Vanguard veteran of, speaking of salamanders, it is a, what did you call them? Is it the Frost Drakes Laminated Pigeon? I can't remember.
I like the name.
Yeah, apologies for my 4,000 word chapter lore dump in the submission for it, John. No, it's absolutely fine. I really enjoyed reading it. I was like, yes, this is what we like to see. I'm just gonna go and find it now.
We can do an episode where we read it in a voice.
We've promised that before, and then we haven't had the time to do it.
That's true. Will be its own episode.
Also, I'm just looking at your basing work. Did you make your own Sector Imperialis spacing? Is that what we're looking at here? Because if so, like, this looks incredible.
Cool. It is cool.
Really, really nice work there, because you've absolutely evoked like those GW Sector Imperialis spaces and sort of more mechanical industrial look. And yeah, it absolutely works, and it looks like you made it yourself, which is brilliant.
Yeah, and I like your ice armor. Sorry, I've got like a bloody fox or something. Don't shut up outside my window. Apologies, you can hear any background noise. I really like the ice coloration on the armor, like that icy blue to go with your Frost Drakes theme. I think is really, really awesome. And also double chainsword wielding flying space marine is always cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always great.
One moment, we just have to quickly say a massive thank you twice now for two different things from the message from Plops of Corn. One, for the $49.99. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you very much. And for 12 months of Patreon membership. It is unbelievable. Thank you so much, Plops of Corn, for 12 months of Patreon membership. That's incredible. I wish I could somehow integrate the other way so Patreon members could shout that out as well. Unfortunately, I can't. But Plops of Corn, thank you so much for all that you do, for all of your submissions. And for the super chat, that's just unbelievable. Thank you very, very much. I've got a bit of a headache because of how overwhelmed I am at the minute by you guys tonight. It's a really nice one. Don't worry about it. As nice as a headache can be. But you guys have been incredible tonight, and so thank you very much, Plops of Corn. That is very, very kind of you. But yes, back to Laminated Pigeons. Frost Drakes, I did get it right. I did remember correctly.
Lovely.
As a Salamander's successor chapter formed during the 26th founding. sent me a really lovely, like I said, a really good lore dump of stuff. We don't have time to read it all out tonight, but there is a lot of stuff here. And it's
Running a
really,
bit behind
really
us a bit,
interesting.
but yeah.
We'll give it a read, Laminated Pigeon. But
Yeah.
model's cracking. Honestly, great
Yeah,
work.
It's great. It is really,
I
really
mean,
nice.
if you're in the Discord, I'm sure if you post it in there, people
Yeah.
will have to read it and fully sort of digest it.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. It's just a really lovely color scheme, and I love that it's blue for and it's in as part of the salamanders. It's moving through the color palette of the color wheel blue, but it is moving through that. It's close to green in many ways. It's not, obviously, it's blue, but it's just very, very good. It's great stuff. But we must move on to the next one. He says that he did say actually there that the base
It's custom, isn't it?
is
Yeah.
customs, and it's just really, really well done. And my favorite part is the bright copper cable that's just there as well. I love that. That's very that's very kind of
Sector Imperialis, right?
it's
It says it with zip ties, paper clips, and a mesh bag, which I just think is ingenious.
You're like the MacGyver of basing.
It captures the elements of classic Warhammer artwork when talking about the denizens of the Imperium. Just the occasional splash of a brightly coloured cable, for example, every so often. It's something that John Blanche does, for example, quite often.
Yeah.
It's just very, but also it's very reminiscent of quite a lot of, I want to say, sort of like 80s, 90s drawing of sci-fi. They do tend to do that as well. So it's just really, really well composed. It's lovely.
2000 AD, Judge Dredd, that
Exactly.
dystopian metallic future.
But next up, we have Frost Pills with
Hello.
a ton of Slaves to Darkness. So we have 5 Chaos Chosen, we have a Exalted Hero, we have a Sorcerer, and we have 10 Chaos Warriors. And, well, thank you all for the very kind words, but I must now depart. Toodlepip cheerio. Toodlepip cheerio to you as well.
Goodbye.
Native Pigeon. Thank you very much for hanging out tonight.
See you later.
But yeah.
That's Mibilor Darkfang, isn't it? That sorcerer,
believe so,
the special one that they released. This is really cool. I like the desert bases as well as a contrast
Yeah,
to
you don't often see them, but it works really well.
Chaos in the Desert. It's like Panic at the Disco, but with gods in it. These are really good. Again, it's always like the family photos as well. And actually, maybe Josh, this is the point about the way you've done the formatting. Seeing them all together is like even nicer because it really gives you that how the color scheme works across the army, which is fantastic. Like with all the little pops of red in amongst the majority of the metallic and gold color scheme, and also you've got little the green on the head, I guess it is, which is stuck on the shoulder pad of the Chosen. There, he's got the big old sword. Real nice, really, really nice stuff. I really like these.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's a really smart choice of that sort of slightly purplish red there as well, which actually I think offsets or it rather reflects some of the red tones you've got on the base. So it's not just a yellow base, or it's got a little bit of orange, a little bit more variation, and then obviously some great basing work with some stone, some skulls, some sort of dry tufts in there. But I think the red that you've chosen is especially sort of works well with this scheme, where just a pure red cloak might not feel as natural.
Yeah, agreed. I think these are really good. This isn't quite the spearhead, is it? Because the spearhead's got the chariot and stuff in it, and the knights.
Has a chariot and the knights, yeah. And the lord.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sure Frostpills probably has those potentially somewhere, so maybe that can be a part of Project Spearhead as well. But in any case, a beautiful start to an army.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great stuff. I really like Silver Chaos Warriors.
I think they look really good.
I love it as a skin for Chaos.
It's the problem with painting them in the reason 40k ones I don't think work quite as well is because everyone just thinks they're Iron Warriors, but actually the silver armor, the dark metal armor with the gold edging.
Yeah, you got a bit more freedom.
yeah, I think and in Slaves to Darkness it looks really, really good.
Well, that and the models are a little bit cleaner. They're not covered in power cabling and stuff like that.
That is true. That is true.
Which is why it doesn't necessarily work as well in 40k. But
Also, more cloaks. More cloaks is always good.
cloaks. Exactly.
Yeah, and fur.
Yeah. No, it's great stuff for us bills. Next up, we have Alaric 79X with an absolute ton of stuff. So we have Revenant Seekers in the top left. We have some Kurnoth Hunters. We have some Fellbats. We have Bishop from the Aliens game. See, I told you it was coming.
In living and or chopped in half form.
Yeah.
Right.
We have more dogs from his Dungeons and Dragons and Dogs game.
Brilliant.
And then we have a entire side panel of cuteness. Which I'm not sure where they come from.
Which
You'll
is
have to tell us.
brilliant.
Yeah, well, they're fun. They're fun little models, aren't they?
Yeah. I especially like the teddy bear who's got like more angry eyes and just holding out a knife to whoever's approaching.
Yeah, no, I love that.
I quite like
the Care Bear.
Yeah, I quite like the elephant with the hammer because he just looks like he'd be like, "I love, but I'm going to kill you."
They're very reminiscent
No,
of.
these are
have you ever played It Takes Two?
I haven't, no.
You should play It Takes Two with your lovely wife.
Yeah.
I think I know the game that you're referring to, but I haven't played it.
It's
you know-
really good.
You know what I need to get hold of? I mean, the Dungeons and Dragons and Dogs, as ever, are painted really, really, really well. I need to see if I can get, because I know there is a Greyhound one. I need to see if I have two Greyhounds. I need to see if I can get that like separately from the box somehow, because I'd like to paint that up for my wife actually. Just a fun little project. You know, we love our Greyhounds and we love Greyhounds generally. But these are painted brilliantly. I mean, just everything here is brilliant. The
Silvernath bats, the alien miniature, they're all stunning.
But again, like, what a display! And again, we've seen them all this. What a display of different styles. Like the cutesy animals look cartoony as they should in the right way, and Alaric has painted them in that style. Bishop in both standing there and sitting on the floor, feeling a bit sorry for himself as he's leaking. Looks naturalistic, grimdark, that kind of thing. The D&D dogs have got those little pops of colour. They look like they're part of that kind of world. And then you've got the sort of blended colours on the Sylvaneth models, both the Revenant Seekers and the Kurnoth Hunters, on the bows, on the weapons, on the wings, on the foliage, hair, for want of a better word, on the Kurnoth Hunters as well. And again, that naturalistic colour palette on the bats. So it's a really good display, Alaric, I think, of your skills across a whole bunch of stuff, which is great.
Yeah,
You have to tell me how you did the Revenant Seekers, Alaric 79, because I haven't done any for mine yet. So I'll rob it.
Steal the scheme.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, he and I share this at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
It's our scheme together now, really. Yeah, no, it's really great. Copied my Belthanos. Right, there you go. Easy. I shall copy you copying my Belthanos when I get round to doing mine. I've got 9 of them to do. But at this point, I am now waiting for AOS 4 to see what they do. If they still act the same way they currently do, then. But
Yeah, I've got 3 of them in the cupboard that are ready to go. So, again, it's another one for after Project Spearhead.
Yes, many things, but post Project Spearhead. Spite Riders are my June submission, working on them currently. Love to see that. So that would make them a copy of a copy of a copy. Crazy, exactly, Alec Madden. Bishop Milk Blood was a bit of a faff, a bit of fun to create. Sorry, it's hidden by a button. How did you do it, Alex?
Yeah, tell us the secrets of your milky blood. Yeah, I do find that interesting choice when Wayland Yutani designed the sort of replicant things, whatever they are. And they're just like, yes, we're going to fill them with milk.
Well, otherwise they'd look too real.
True.
You've got to have some reasons, some things that different.
I mean, they look real when they're when they've not got their guts on display. So.
Yeah, but have you learned nothing from Blade Runner?
I've learned many things from Blade Runner.
Stormhost Silver and lots of Apothecary Wine.
That's fun. That's an interesting way of doing it.
That is
Very
interesting.
cool.
That's really cool. Thank you very much, Alaric. We must move on to the next one, which is Croatoan with a Night Lord's Demon Prince and a Night Lord's thingy.
Lord Discordant
Lord
on Hellstalker.
I was about to say Disco Lord, and I know that's
Yeah,
not what
Lord
he's actually
Discordant.
called. He's a Lord.
He is a
Discordant.
Disco Lord, though.
Yeah, that's
Lord-
what everyone calls him, though.
I know, but he's Lord Discordant on Fellstalker? Hellstalker?
On
Okay.
Hellstalker, yeah.
There we go. Which,
Or
is,
Disco Inferno, as we will call him.
which I think is one of the best models Games Workshop has ever made for Chaos.
Oh, it's one of the most interesting by
Very
miles.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it worked. I was afraid it wouldn't. No, I told you, I got it. It's all good, buddy. Yeah, I think it's one of the best miniatures they've ever made for Chaos Space Marines, 100%. It's a shame it hasn't been very good for a few editions now.
Well, it was really good. It was
Yeah.
really good.
It was a bit too good for a while.
Yeah, and then I think to punish it, they hit it with the Nerf bat quite badly. It's also because
It's still usable, but it's just not as
but in
good
the
as
system,
it was before.
in the system of 10th where you have character leaders, he's kind of a weird. Doesn't have because there isn't like a demon engine.
There's a couple of different enhancements that you can put on him that actually make him proper good, but people tend to try to only take the most efficient stuff. I think he's actually perfectly good, and he's pretty resilient and moves fairly fast. So I think
Yeah,
you
he might
get
he
some
might
good
be
use
quite
out of
good
him.
in that. He might be quite good in that old bestial detachment, right? But anyway,
Yeah,
talk about
for
training rather than talk about competitive 40k. We don't do that. I really like these.
Yeah.
I think this is a great little take on Night Lords. I love the armor. I love the fact you've not only done, because these are Chaos models, and Chaos models, as we all know, are a trip to Trim City, as I mentioned earlier. You've not only done all the trim very effectively and very cleanly and very beautifully, you've then gone around and highlighted all of the blue around the edges and done the lightning details. I really like it. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's as much work as the trim is. You've done it 3 times over by putting an edge highlight on either side. The blue is stunning. You've done all the details well, and I love that you've gone for like a flesh-colored cloak because they're Night Lords. That's just a brilliant detail.
That is a fun little detail. I like it.
You've done the one thing I rarely ever have the patience for, Croatoan, and you've highlighted the inside of the blue armor.
Yeah, but it really works and helps sells it. It's stunning armor. It definitely draws your eye.
The choice of grey on the skin as well for the Demon Prince is very Night Lords. It makes him look like Batman/Man Bat from hell.
Yeah,
Sure.
definitely. It's great. It's really good.
Almost a
stuff,
little bit
man.
of reminiscent of Be'lakor with the wings there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well the new Demon Prince sculpt is like real good take on that kind of that aesthetic. And yeah, I think you're right. You've called out that Be'lakor look with the grey wings.
Which is really appropriate for Night Lords.
Yeah. Creatures of shadow.
Yeah, is really good. Really good stuff, Croatoan. Thank you very much for submitting. And now you know it works. So submit away. Well, I mean, we've got one more month, but please do.
More Night Lords, please.
Exactly. Meh. Next up, we have Forge Father Histan with another smorgasbord. So people have been so productive. They've been sharing lots and lots of pictures. We have some Seraphim. No,
They are I believe the Gemini Superior from Celestine.
that's what I meant.
Yes,
We
you're
have
right.
3 Blade Guards, which is a shame that Rich isn't here, for the Death Watch.
Yeah.
And we have his towel again. I'm not. Yeah, with all of the lovely
Dragons.
camouflage.
The leopard stripes, or
Yeah.
the tiger stripes. Yeah.
I mean, these are really cool. Oh, I love all the Death Watchy bits on the Blade Guard.
Mm.
They're
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
that is.
Must be like custom heads and stuff and shoulder pads.
Yeah, they look superb. They look proper Death Watchy veteran-y. Like,
They do.
Yeah, for sure.
it's a pretty scary prospect being a Blade Guard veteran of the Death Watch. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, these are like the best of the best of the best.
yeah, like Xenos, watch out. Those helmets, art, and shoulders are from Liber Demonica. There you go. That's where those components come from.
Well, they are very cool. I
Very
think you've done a brilliant job on them. And also, again, like the contrast between the black armor, the silver details, and then the bright colours on the shoulder pad, especially again how clean the white is on the two on either side. I think that's great. Real nice.
Yeah.
I really like the choice of colour
these.
for the Gemini as well.
It's like
not...
that ready copper type thing.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's really cool because that's normally Celestine's. Because Celestine has like the coppery gold armor. I think it's more gold, but she has the metallic. And traditionally, like you do like mine. You do the Gemini in black. I think they're in black armor.
They're the same colour as her.
Seeing probably black, yeah.
Yeah, they're not the same. But here, doing them like similar to her actually makes them stand out more. And also, I will say props to Forgefather because gluing Gemini to the base, because I remember when I did it on those stupid bloody bits of parchment that they use as the flight stand, is awful. But you did a fantastic job here.
And as Captain Mary says, love the red towel. Yeah, we're big fans of that here.
Big fans of the family photo as well, for sure.
Those sisters are the first models for my first homebrew faction, the Order of the Bleeding Wings.
Well, may the holy light of the Emperor
Very cool name and very cool colour scheme.
That is really a really cool colour scheme. I really like it.
I like it a lot. I like it. It's good stuff. But yeah. Just again, just lots of variation going on, isn't there? Really nice. Yeah. Really nicely done, Forgefather. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Black Dog Minis with Harbinger of Decay.
Ooh. I mean, that's very nice, isn't it? I mean, it's not nice. It's pretty gross. Again, there's been a lot of Nurgle tonight. It's and I've been ill recently. A few people are ill.
Yeah.
I think the grandfather is empowered, perhaps, at this time of year.
Yeah, but this is in the best possible way. To see these miniatures.
Yeah,
but this is absolutely stunning. I mean, the Harbinger of Decay, the original one, was one of my favorite minis.
Yeah.
And when the new one came out, I was like, yeah, it kind of matches it, almost. So I have a very soft spot for this miniature, but you've just done an incredible job here. It really does the mini justice, and I love that you've gone for lots of subtle shades of that sort of slightly more browny green there, then offset with those very pale skin, which then darkens towards the pustules. You've got the rusty weapons, the dark sort of green armor really works well, I think, and then some of the rusty sort of chainmail and the browns for everything, and then obviously a gorgeous base as well. Just everything is so well executed here.
Yeah, I also really like the fact you painted the sign to Nuln, which I think is how it was in the original Harbinger from Fantasy Battles. Had the sign pointing to in like the art. I think it said the sign was going towards Nuln, the Imperial City. So I think this is wonderful. And sorry, to be clear, as I was saying, if you have a Nurgle model and I say it looks gross, it's a compliment because it conveys that disease.
It's supposed to.
Yeah, it conveys that disease. I mean, the demonic mount here is. I will say, if you are Black Dog Minis, presumably a Maggotkin of Nurgle player, Warhammer community has had the preview today for their rules, and they're looking pretty interesting in AOS 4, and the Harbinger of Decay is on there. I haven't read it properly, but you should go and have a look at it if you are an enthusiast for the powers of the Grandfather, and you are an enthusiastic gardener of Nurgle, because it's really good.
Forgefather Vulcan says, wait till you see my custom living saint just waiting on bits for the kit bash. I'm very excited. I'm excited to see that, Forgefather. Yeah, I mean, what more can I say? I think you've done a cleaner and better job of the Harbinger of Decay than I have. Black Dog Minis, which is very, 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 very impressive. It just looks very, very good. The sheer amounts of green tinged stuff that's on it to make it all look very, very different is not very easy to do. And you've done it very, very, very well.
Really impressive.
There's lots of variations in the green as well.
High
and even
praise indeed.
Slightly reflected in the skin.
That's very kind of you, Steve. No, I'm just really impressed with it. I think it looks great. It's very good stuff. Next up, we have Red Covenant, who has gone to bed, who sent us.
Yes.
So we can just skip it now. We sent us an absolute cavalcade. I've said smorgasbord quite a bit. Is cavalcade a correct one? Of Blood Angels. We have the Lone Survivor. We have a Death Company Dreadnought. We have some Death Company with jetpacks. We have what I think is a captain with a plasma pistol and a power fist. A bunch of jump pack dudes, a Sanguinaut, and another captain of the Sanguinary Guard.
It's a cornucopia, if you will, of Blood Angels.
A murder of Blood Angels. No, that would be Raven Guard.
Raven Guard, yeah.
No, that's
A
Christ.
host.
Was it?
It's a host. Blood Angels. Surely it's got to be a host.
It's a host of angels, because Raven Guard would be an unkindness of ravens.
A flock.
A
murmuration.
Multiple ravens is an unkindness, which I
unkindness.
love.
Yeah, fantastic. Goes back to one of my favourite quiz answers I've ever seen given, where they said which British political party shares its name with the word for a group of moles, and the person went, "Is it the Liberal Democrats?" So I love it. The idea of a Liberal Democrat of moles would be wonderful. But anyway, talking about these models, love them, love the reds, love the golds. You have captured the spirit of Sanguinius here, very nicely.
For me, it's such like a retro red and yellow that it's gone. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe it's just the shade of the red or the particular yellow or the blacks or whatever. But I had to actually double take, because I thought these were like old tactical marines in a good way, because they were so evocative of that sort of retro Blood Angels vibe.
It's a choir of
90s.
Angels.
Yeah, choir of angels works. Is that again? It goes back to that like 90s GW look, like in the good way, like the really vibrant colours, which I think is pretty awesome. And I think Red Covenant's like really captured that with how bright these look.
The Death Company Dreadnought is
for sure.
especially good.
Oh, the Death Company Dreadnought, like they're so clean, all the details.
Yeah.
And I just
such a classic colour scheme.
I also really like the ballistas sort of just looming in the background. It's like, stay away from me and my large.
Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
Ever again, yeah. No, I really like these. I think they look really good. And again, top goo work on the Lone Survivor there.
Everybody's goo is on point.
Have you got good goo guys? GG's.
You got good goo.
Jeez. No, excellent work, Red Covenant. Honestly, Blood Angels are the best. They always are. It's always lovely to see them. We're just patiently waiting what I hope is not the most predictable release in 10th edition of all times. But we shall find out.
We shall find out.
Thank you very much, Red Covenant. Next up, we have Sylvester of Terror with a Greywater Fastness Field Marshal, Free Guild Marshal with Relic Envoy.
I mean, these are just lovely, aren't they? I love that mustard cloak. Like that kind of mustard yellow look on the cloak and on the clothing, like the cloth. It's really cool. It's like really different.
Now you are being biased, Josh. Yes.
What do you expect? Like Colonel is Blood Angels. What do you expect?
Everyone knows the quickest way to my heart.
Really lovely here.
The quickest way to my heart is Blood Angels and Dragons. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have not kept that from you guys.
And Stormcast in general.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's been a very open secret as we've gone through this.
Yeah. I like the I will say on this, I like the fact you've got the they look worn, like they look lived in. It's just really nice. Like it looks very naturalistic. The way you've done on the shield, I guess, have you like put a transfer on there and like painted over the top so it looks faded?
That is the Greywater Fastness transfer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the great
transfer, but because it's got such a similar color to the or a similar value to the color behind it, it almost seems faded, which is a really cool effect.
Yeah, it's just really nicely done, and I like the little blue gems, I guess, on the shield as well, which is really nice. It all comes together. It just looks really nice, and actually pairing it with the rocky, I guess, with the lore around Greywater fastness, blowing everything around the city to bits, and thus, not making the Sylvaneth particularly happy. It kind of fits that they're on these like rocky, kind of slightly more barren bases, which I think works really well.
Again, not easy to do, getting two different types of very clear yellow, or three different types of yellow here, because you've obviously got the place where the transfer has been placed, to be able to have different tones of yellow all work together, and yet here we have it. It works really, really well. Yeah,
I really like it. Top job, Sylvester. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's great. It's good stuff. It's just like it. Whenever you guys submit things like this, like so yellow and yellow, or red and red, and blue and green, this and the other, it speaks to realism, and the only way I can best describe it is when you see how you look at how like clothing is produced for films, and how it's then color graded on screen. That is what you are producing here when you're doing something like this. So it'll be, the outfit will be color graded for the most impressive part of it, which would obviously be the big yellow cloak, but to then have the additional parts of the heraldic color of Greywater fastness there to color grade against it, but it's not all the same, because if it's all the same, it looks like people doing cosplay. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
You need to have a bit more depth in the color while still being fairly close.
Yeah.
It's just impressive. It's just very, very impressive, to be honest.
Absolutely. Next up, we have Old Man Noz representing the Necrons with Lichguard.
They are Lichguard with
Lichguard with their shields.
Sword and board Lichguard.
And hyperphase swords, I think, potentially.
Yeah, something like that.
Delivery.
I mean, Old Man Noz thoroughly representing the old men of the universe in the realm of the Necron.
Very much so.
Not really the old man on the sea, is it? No, these are lovely. I like the blending on the hyperphase blades, and the darker green you've gone for on the shields as a contrast is really nice.
Yeah, I like that also that the blending on the hyperphase blades goes almost to like a black rather than like just like a darker green. It always gives a slightly more menacing look to the blade. Like, these are glowing and they're dark and they're going to kill you. It's like a darker energy to them.
Yeah, I really like the fact you've done the ankh on the chest in the glowing green as well, because like myself, most people probably like do that in gold or the metallic to kind of go with the loin plate things, the turges or whatever they are, and the headdress. But it's really nice you've done it like that, and it gives that like almost like flow of the energy flowing through the Necrons, because you've got it in the eyes, you've got it in the little thing in the sort of belly button, and then you've got it in the one on who's got it on their head as well. So it gives that idea of kind of the energy that flows through them. I just think it's a really cool take on it.
Yeah,
and it's also fairly hard to like, because it's such a fine detail.
It's really thin,
because it's such a bright color. You could potentially just go over the metallic, and maybe you've just done that a couple of times to make it read like that. But it's potentially more likely you have to go over it with another color first, like a white or something. Pick that out, not get that anywhere, and then go over it with your brighter color. So regardless of which way he's done it, it's likely multiple coats at this very fine detail point. So great job of being able to pick that out.
It's brilliant. Yeah. Lovely work.
That's great stuff. Old Man Noz. Thanks, guys. Very kind. You're very welcome, Old Man Noz.
Yeah, you're very welcome, man.
I can't wait for your family photo, to be honest.
So many Necrons.
Not that you have to send us one. but I'm really excited for it.
I think it'll look really cool when you do though.
Yeah. If we do end up doing the episode 13 with all the family photos,
Oh, it's happening.
So good.
It is happening.
Forward to it.
It is.
Oh lord, it's happening.
Yeah. I might not even.
That'd be amazing.
I won't put any photos in for my part of it. It's all about you guys and everything that you guys have done. So,
Pardon me.
Yeah, but we need to see your stuff as well.
Anyway, next up we have the mini creative with some Neurogaunts. That's what they're called, right?
Yeah, Neurogaunts.
Neurogaunts. And a
Yes.
Necromancer.
Is that Matt Berry's Necromancer?
A Necromancer. The most devious Necromancer in New York City.
Okay.
I mean, the red on that cloak is just stunning. How you've got it so vibrant. And I'm trying to think of the. It's almost like you've got like a single pigment of red in there, and then you've shaded that down in certain places. But it's just so vibrant. The red there.
Really,
Obviously, we've seen your Tyranids a bunch of times, and they're perfect. We'll move on from those.
yeah, move on. It's
But
really
the
good.
Necromancer as well is great.
Yeah, it's a cool model. That it's like a very it's like a sort of like a villain from an 80s fantasy movie like Conan the Barbarian or something. It's got those kind of vibes about it, which I really like. Very over the top, but like very cool. And I love the fact you've done all the writing and stuff in the book, and the magical symbol that he's kind of reading aloud to someone who may not wish to hear it. This is actually my diary. On Thursday, I went to the shops to buy materials for my necromancy. No, I really like this. It's really, really well done. Shaman's Berries, that's where a necromancer would shop.
Shaman's Berries. Nice.
Yeah, Shaman's Berries.
Um,
Have you got a necro card, sir? What's that? It's like a nectar card, but similar.
You can't really shop at the supermarket Necros.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah.
That's that vine, isn't it? Hello, I'm Bob the Necromancer, and today we're doing an unboxing shovel.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, like you said, the Neurogaunts are just at this point, the mini creative, you need to stop breaking in to Warhipster and stealing their miniatures. No, of course not. Like they're just I've used it before. Tonight, flawless. It's just flawlessly executed.
Yeah.
What are you saying? What are you giggling at? Adam?
Just what Travis has said in the chat. I mean, it's not really just yeah.
I waited a month to hear the voice of Nagash. Please don't fail me, Adam. Yeah, again, one of the slightly disappointing things in Black Pyramid is Nagash does make an appearance, but he doesn't have the Nagash voice. I will also just counsel, like, guys, don't listen to Soul Wars if you're expecting Nagash to have Nagash voice, because what they do for some reason in Soul Wars with Nagash is they turn the volume up every time he speaks, and all he ever does is yell about how all are one in Nagash and Nagash is all. It's just all the time, constantly.
Maybe that's what this guy's reading. He's reading from the Book of Nagash.
So, page 1, all are one in Nagash, and page 2, Nagash is all.
Is all.
I wonder, this is
Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Repeat chapter 1.
Chapter 2, how Nagash became all. Well, you see, all are one in Nagash, and Nagash is all.
Well, because this guy is kind of a skeletal wizard, it's like they're going to turn up and be like, oh no, we should be afraid. It is Nagash, the Lord of Death, the mightiest of the necromancers. He's like, no, I am Nigel, the necromancer. I am merely one of his staff.
Also, you want really good Nagash voice. You want skeletal voice. Listen to the end of the death. You can hear Malkador. You can hear Malkador say the words "I am old and I am tired" over and over again, about 5,000 times in that book.
How you feeling today, Malkador? I am old
And
and I am tired.
No, it's great stuff, the mini creative, honestly, every time. Next up, we have Elekman24 with 6 of the finest warriors of Sigmar. We have Annihilators with grand hammers, and these
Putting
are...
the hammer down.
You want me to
These
put the hammer down? He really loves his hammer.
Wait, you let the hammer pull you off? These are fantastic.
Worst choose your own adventure ever. Page 1. Nagash is all, or all is one in Nagash. I guess Nagash is all. Correct choice. No, man, honestly, I have been painting some up myself. I shall hold it up to the camera. Here it is. Here is my Annihilator with Grand Hammer. Hey, it looks familiar. You've done a great job here. They look.
I only have
fantastic.
normal Annihilators with shields and little hammers that are in my cupboard. But these are spectacular. It's good to see we're all just going full in on the Hallowed Knights as well.
Yep.
Only the faithful.
Just
For the
going.
new edition, I think the silver and blue makes much more sense.
Yeah, they look awesome. I really like them, and you've done the clean, how clean the white is on the like pauldron moon symbol thing that's on the sort of, it's not a pauldron, is it? It's the bit connecting the pauldron to the
Is it a
breastplate.
rondel? I know that's what it is
A
on a
rondel.
shield, but I'm not sure if it is on a.
Yeah,
On a.
Yeah, we can use it, and then people will correct us or not.
yeah. We'll just call it a round thing. Nobody knows. It's a round
The
two.
moon.
They
Yeah,
could
the
build.
moon.
They could build a house real fast. Yes, they could, James. But can you imagine? I'd like you to imagine for a moment the episode of The Simpsons with the musical western featuring these guys. Gonna paint that wagon.
Good.
Gonna paint it real fine, cause this wood is pine. People have been enjoying the references tonight, so I thought we'd keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are
As well.
really good, man.
That's what we do every time.
They look really good. I'm envious that you've managed to do 6. I've done 2. I require many.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're just really well done, mate. Honestly.
They're awesome. I really like them.
Yeah,
I think
they're
they're
brilliant.
fantastic. Great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Eric, man. Hallowed Knights, only the faithful. Who shall be victorious? Only
You've
the
got me listening to Soul Wars as well at the moment. Not Soul Wars, Plague Garden at the moment. So I've been listening to a lot of that. A lot of only the faithful.
And you know they're going to say it, but every time they do, you go, yes.
Yeah.
After all, brother, who shall be victorious? Only the faithful. What did you think of the lightning effects in the cracks? Yeah, I mean they're great. How did you do them? How did you do them?
Yeah. How did you do that? Was it Baharoth Blue or something? Because that's how I did mine.
Yeah. No, great stuff. Next up, we have Cloud2466 again with a massive haul of things. We have. Yeah, we have Sellers Infiltrators, Galron and his bodyguards, Locutus, 1 to 5 of 5, Worf, Data, and Shelby. We have a Overlord with Translocation Shroud. We have, I'm not sure what that one is on the right.
That's the pilot from the
Canis
Knight
Rex.
from Canis Rex. Yeah, what's he called? Sir Bob or Sir Gregor or something?
It's a Hector, isn't it?
Sir Hector. Yeah, there you
That's
go.
the one, so Hector. Yeah.
We have Umbral 6. We have the Fallout Wastelands miniatures game here as well. We have, I think, the Vault Dweller. I can't remember her name, but we have a Brotherhood of Steel and we have a Super Mutant as well.
Very cool.
I mean-
such a lovely range of miniatures from lots of different systems.
I mean, as a self-confessed Trekkie, I'm well into the presence of Gowron, one of the worst chancellors of the Empire, and also Sellers Infiltrators from TNG as well. Just really cool.
They're really cool miniatures, these Star Trek miniatures. You remember you showed us Riker last month.
Yeah.
Um,
The problem is every time I see Riker, I just think of I always think of what's his name, the actor doing Jonathan Frakes doing that show he did where he just asks Jonathan Frakes asks questions for like 20 minutes. It's just like, would you spend a night in a graveyard? Have you ever had a plumber attend your house? Just like constant.
Oh yeah.
But also again, Gowron. I just want to say what a great character across TNG and DS9. So great to see him there representing the Empire. Qapla', as I said at the beginning. And yeah, big time. Love the other minute. Like, I mean, the 40k miniatures are cool, and you've done a great job on them. But it's really nice to see those other ones as well. The Fallout one is pretty cool as well. I love the again solid use of goo on the base for the guy on the right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a great use of the color as well. With that like sort of bright pop green set against the more muted colors there, and then the bright yellow and purple on the Fallout minis there.
Yeah, these are just great.
Yeah, I as soon as I opened your pictures, Cloud, I saw the Super Mutant, and it was the one thing I thought that the Fallout show was missing.
Yes, we haven't had a Super Mutant yet, have we?
Well, there might be next season maybe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh well, I hope so. Otherwise, I will riot.
I mean, there's almost certainly going to be a next season, but as in we may see more of the world and that sort of stuff.
Also, Death Claws.
Ah.
I thought they were going to do a
continue
Death Claw,
those.
but instead we got an irradiated bear, which I wasn't mad about, but we didn't get a Death Claw. It is Death Claws, right? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
One of my favourite parts of this, though, Cloud, though, is your painting of the bases of the Borg cube.
Yeah.
The Borg are so scary. It comes from me watching First Contact when I was 7.
Oh, it's spooky.
Yeah.
It's spooky. First Contact. That scene in the mirror at the beginning.
Yeah.
That scared the crap out of me for ages when I was a little kid when that came out.
Absolutely terrifying.
We are the Borg. Your technological and biological distinctiveness will be added to our collective. Resistance is futile.
Unless you're the Enterprise, in which case.
Yeah, unless you're Jean-Luc Picard, in which case resistance is not futile and you'll probably win.
First Contact is the best Star Trek film. I completely agree. I know lots of people don't agree, but for me, it was the first one I watched. So it's one of the best, and I'm really worried because they said they're doing another Star Trek film. And they said they've announced so far that it was supposedly going to be another prequel about humanity's first contact with aliens, and it's like, no, guys, we did that. We did it in First Contact, and it was really, really well done with Zefram Cochrane and the Vulcans and all of that stuff. So we don't need that. Please tell someone the story. We then also had a TV show not too long after that called Enterprise, which
retconned a bit of that. Yeah.
Let's not go into that too much, but. God, you're all so young. I'm sorry, Laura. I'm sorry.
I mean, Wrath of Khan is also James Mathias is also called out a good one.
I will say that I like most of the Star Trek films. First Contact will always be my favourite because it was the first one I saw, and also because it was the first time, apart from to watch football, that my dad let me stay up late to watch it on ITV. It's a really nice little memory I have with him.
I think we need to do a watch party for these films. But anyway,
we must move on. Next up, we have Hairlock with a Judicia, Snickrot, a Salamander's chaplain. Oh no, Dark Angel's chaplain, and then we have a Beast Lord, what's it called? Rumgor Ritualist, and I'm not sure what the other miniature is. A vampire.
No, a vampire or something. I mean, sorry, hang on a second. Has the Dark Angel's chaplain been taking lessons from the Witch King in big maces? I'm well into that.
Yeah. Very cool. And I love how they've elevated the miniature up just so that it can hang even lower.
Yeah, it just shows off like the scale of it. That's awesome.
That's
really,
von
really
Cast
cool.
time.
Yeah.
There you go, says Bo. I knew it was.
It was one of them.
I didn't want to say it was Vlad
von
though, and
Cast
everyone
signs.
laugh at me.
Well, see, I would have said Manfred, so I would have been wrong, but I knew it was one of them.
I've just listened to an audiobook featuring lots of Manfred.
These are really good. I'd say I'm very fixated on that
Yeah.
Dark Angels chaplain because
For me, it's the Justiciar, and just like the bright blue sort of sands of time that he's got.
Isn't it the Temper Mortis?
And then obviously against the very dark sort of red and green that he's got on the rest of the miniature, it just really makes it pop.
Honestly, but Bo it did a great job. They look great, mate. We can see how well they're painted. Like the skin on Snickrot is lovely as well. The way you've done the skin tone and the way you've mounted him on the base there with the smoke, the flare going off is awesome.
You've made it make more sense.
Yeah.
Because
sure.
the way it is on the miniature is it's just lying on the ground. I mean, it makes sense that it's lying on the ground, but to me, you've composed the model to make more sense than it does in the actual way the box set works.
These are great. You are if I may say, you're a master of the tactical rock.
Yeah.
Incredible basing, and also for the chaplain, that was the miniature that I quite liked it, but a lot of people on release were like, it's not quite there yet, it's a bit boring, it needs something else. Well, you've just shown GW what else it needed.
Well, what Bo's done here, which is the way to do it, is that when it was released, it's because it's got its mace thing in the air, right? It's what's it called?
Yep.
What's the thing they use? Chaplains?
Crozius Arcana.
Crozius in the air. But he just looks like he's going like that, like put your hand up in the air, like
Yeah.
DJ set. This posing is so much better, and it makes him look more menacing. And he looks like he's basically just kicked somebody off of that raised bit, and he's now he's going right. Now I'm coming for you. You know what I mean? Like it looks aggressive. It looks really
Very much
good.
like surveying the battlefield.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you always do an incredible job of, Hairlock, is Bo, is composing your miniatures to make them to get the best out of them. And
Tell the story.
yeah. So like for example that Beast Lord right there. I think you've done an incredible job of it. Vlad looks incredible. Snickrot composed really well. The chaplain looks great with the hanging mace. Temper Mortis, the Justiciar as well looks proper menacing. In a way that it should. I really like the one as it is on the box art where it's resting the massive sword on its shoulder, but you've done a great job here of elevating the model with your work on it, and that's the best thing that you can possibly do with miniatures.
Your Vlad von Carstein resembles for me the painting of Napoleon crossing the Alps. With the red cloak billowing out behind him when he's on the horse.
Yeah, I know exactly the one.
That kind of posing because he's raised. I know he's not on a horse, but he's raised up. I really like.
Yeah.
No, it's incredible work. Absolutely incredible, Hairlock. We're nearly there, guys. We've got to keep going. Next up, we have GameX with another Umbral 6 and another Belial.
I like what you've done with the marble statue. That's cool.
Vlad is resin first and
And
last
also
time
going
touching
for a-
resin. Yes, Bo. I completely agree with you.
Yeah, I'm such a pain. But also what you've done with the green flame on Belial there is brilliant too.
Yeah.
And obviously beautiful work on the cloak, and getting such a lovely bone colour as well.
Yeah, very clean all round. I like that. Do you know what? I like the red rifle, the Exodus rifle on Umbral 6. That's nice. Because normally you're all in black, right? But I really like the fact you've done it in the red with the silver, like the sort of silencer barrel thing, and the details on the scope is really nice. And the bluish color scheme you've given to Umbral 6 as well. Again, it all makes, because that model, sometimes because it's people do it as greystone, dark metal, black model, black gun, little bit of green or blue on the visor and whatever, but here you've done lots of different colors, but actually it all really composes really nicely.
Yeah,
He said something. I
just
think
gives
it's in
the model a
Discord.
little bit more pop.
Yeah, no, he said something. I think it's in Discord that says it's gone with the red to the casing of it, so that people know how good he is. As it's like a Fortnite joke.
Okay. I have not played any.
He's
Fortnite.
picked out a different skin on the rifle.
Yeah, exactly. There's something like that.
See, if it was like tiger camo in blue or red from back in Modern Warfare 2, I'm showing my age here, I'd be like, cool, but I've not played Fortnite, so I didn't get that reference.
Yeah, but no, these are seriously good. And I really like the sister statue being done in that wet marble.
Yeah.
It's a really nice way of doing
Yeah,
it.
it's really lovely.
Well, it's more like what the sisters would have, right? Because they love a good bit of marble and you know, sort of that church kind of thing. All the little statues on the models are always done in marble, which I really like.
Yeah, the box art goes for like a bronzy, brassy type thing. So
Yeah, Statue of Liberty.
yeah, it's really good, really good stuff. GameX, lovely stuff. Gold Halo too. Yeah, exactly. Just yeah, it's more monasterial rather than monastic.
Like it super fits the aesthetic of the sisters, though, so it's a great choice.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Agreed. We have another Legions Imperialis representative here. We have Zarum with better salamanders than mine, because these are the more kind of the Horusian color scheme for the salamanders. Mine are more 40k than the way I did mine, and these I just think look absolutely fantastic. It is a really nice green for a more Horusian Horus Heresy color palette for the salamanders.
Yeah, these are fab. Look at that banner down the front. The red work on that is lovely, and the cloak on the cap.
Well, it's the red's then carried through basically every other miniature as well, with either like you've got a plume from like a sergeant, or the lovely little dots of color that you've got on all the tanks, and then on the Cataphracti Terminators as well, they've got reds there as well. So you've got these sort of pops of color that translate throughout the whole army, and when you see it at this scale, you can really appreciate all those colors coming together to sell the color scheme.
And the plasma guns on both the sergeant of the jump pack squad and the plasma gun squad at the back are really nicely done as well. I think they look lovely. And actually picking out again on that red detail, picking out the rockets and the rocket launcher in red on the squad at the back there, that's pretty remarkable. As are the application of yellow.
So again, just so many tiny details here. It is truly impressive that you can pick out these and for them to be so readable immediately that we're like, oh yep, that's this that. But like picking out those details on 40k scale is hard enough, let alone at this scale.
I also, you know what I also like? I like that you've mixed up the colours to some extent on some of the tanks. Like you've got the ones so that they've got that lovely green, which is very like World War II green to me. It's like that classic military green colour. But then you've also got like a couple of the rhinos have got black top doors, one's not, and got a whole black front instead of just the black striping. You've then got the Predators, you've got a couple that have the black striping and black hatches, and then the other one has the full black front with green hatches. I just like that. It kind of mixes it up. It's really nice.
Which also makes sense for the Salamanders, who are a bit more individual with their, because they are the chapter that maintains their own armor and weaponry. So it makes sense that they would add a little bit of more of an individualism to it.
Zarum, these are your Salamanders, and they are perfect.
Oh, thank you. Zara's in the chat, says thank you guys. That's so kind. Oh, you're very, very welcome.
Yeah, no, you were
honestly,
amazing.
Can you tell us how you did that green? Because like I said, I need to know it, because it is the more appropriate Horus Heresy green, and you've put me to shame getting that color.
I really like the deserty bases as well, like the sand, like red sandstone almost bases. I really like those. They're really cool.
Yeah. They're so good.
Yeah, nice one. That's
Imperialis, man. It's so interesting. I need to find time to do tons of it because I've got loads.
The problem is, all I want to do is sit there with the little tanks and just go meow across my desk. I don't want to play the game.
That's the whole point of it.
It's the easiest way to paint an army in a day.
Listen,
with Legion Imperialis.
I was a kid that grew up with micro machines, like the Star Trek micro machines and all the sci-fi ones when I was a kid, because my granddad used to buy them all, like that was my presents and stuff. So all I see is like the toys I had when I was a wee boy.
The vehicles is Vulcan green with Athonian chemistry and Long Forest highlight. There you go. Love it.
There you are.
Makes sense.
Nice.
Good stuff. Right, we must move on. We've got 3 left. We have Plasma Claw with as they've got 2 slides, and you'll see why.
Purple.
We have a lot of Emperor's Children.
And they all look so good.
Such an incredible purple, like pink purple
Yeah.
that you've gone for there. And beautifully applied, I'm assuming with an airbrush, otherwise you'd just be completely mental. As in, like, your skill level would be completely mental if that's done with a brush. Like, for my own sanity, it has to be airbrush. But it's just the most gorgeous color. Really, really nice.
You literally made me nearly cough up a lung in disbelief. They are fantastic. Do you know what? Weirdly, like tiny detail, kind of the weird stuff I noticed. I really like that like purple crystal that's in the staff of the, I assume, sorcerer of some form. I don't play Heresy. Apologies. But I don't know why that particularly stands out to me from this. But yeah, it's so clean. It's so clean. You've got all the little gold and metallic details picked out, and I love the white ropes as well on the chap on the right hand side. And that dreadnought, I mean that Leviathan dreadnought is pretty beautiful, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean,
obviously
fulcrum
in the middle. Yeah, also stunning.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even talked about the giant Primarch model that's sat in the middle, which is, a testament to how good everything looks. Yeah, you've done an amazing job. You even the little green details on all the lenses and stuff. It's just really good.
And the choice of like whichever gold you've used is just such like the right gold. It's slightly more muted, but super shiny. And it just works so well with the rest of the color scheme.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think it's fantastic.
It's really nice. It's a really good choice of color palette for Emperor's Children. I've said it before. I think they look better towards more of the purple side of things than the bright neon pink that you see in the modern 40k stuff. But I like this. This is more. It's not grape, is it? It's more wine.
It's on that.
I want to say magenta, but it's probably not quite the right.
It's almost close
description. Either.
It's because Plasma Claws blended that more neon pink in with the purple, the darker colours.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's such a great gradient of colour here. Though it's hard to pin down just calling it one colour because there's such great transitions.
It's a rainbow of purple and pink.
It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a gorgeous tone. It's really nice. I love it. I love it very, very much.
I bet these look absolutely dope on the tabletop together.
Absolutely. Cody Lalone says it was, except when fixing up mistakes. So they're here. Cody's here.
Hey,
what colours are you using here? Do let us know. I'm going to show you our other slide. This is why I had to do two slides, because you can see all of this, but then there's also this as well.
Oh, come on a sec. The Lady of Vines is dancing with me. Ouch. Little Christopher reference for you there. These are, again, lovely. Look at the Lady of Vines. Look at her magnificence. Look at her leaves. Look at her spear. Very good.
I was going to go for that. I actually really love the darker Ultramarines blue that you've gone for. It's not just the standard Ultramarines blue, which is nice and classic, but the Guilliman that you've got there it kind of has that more evocative, grim, dark style because you've gone for a darker blue on it. And I actually really love that and prefer it to the usual Guilliman that you see, I was going to say.
Yeah. I really like this very dark red of Kraken on the Norn Emissary down there.
Yeah.
Color choices all round, really.
I'm just sitting here, just being like, those are some fine looking models. Why the hell don't mine look like that?
The grill.
Honestly, Cody, you've done a brilliant job. Like, you really have. You've done a fantastic job on these. All of them, they look brilliant.
Travis says, "Good Lord, this stream gets better every month." It does. It's staggering.
It really does.
Stop it! We can't keep up.
Every month, you guys absolutely blow us away.
Yeah, it's ridiculous the level of talent that's on display here. I'm going to show you the last one. This is the last one.
Okay.
It is Don Benson with a winged tyrannid primid.
A winged tyrannid primid.
Yes.
Painted. A painted winged tyrannid primid.
Well, you mean Don Benson's just broken into Warhammer World, because this is just perfect box art color scheme. It's just it's brilliant. I love the red on the wings, like on the membranes in between, the feathering details and the purple as well. It is brilliant all round.
And you know
Just
what?
perfect.
Those wings, like bat wings, tyrannid wings, and dragon wings, are always such an arse to paint, because you have to do the the long fingers, between the membranes, and then trying to avoid getting your membrane paint on your finger paint. Or your join paint, whatever you want to call it. I'm sure there's a scientific name, someone will tell me what they're actually called. Is annoying. And Dom, and we saw it earlier with others, with Fulgrim, with other winged models in this. Earlier with the other Tyrannid, the yellow and black Tyranids. It's so clean, and it's very hard to do that here because it's also a essentially bone or white color, so it's really easy to make mistakes.
With either the red or the bone, because there's such a big value difference between the two colors. And like I said before, it's perfect. You don't see a single spot out of place.
No, and all the edge highlighting as well of all the individual bits of where the wings folded up. It is. You know what, Rich? I'm rambling, but you're right. It is. This has come out of the cabinet out of Warhammer World, because this is the display version. That's how good it is.
It is beautiful. It is really beautiful. I love how you've got the dark points in the carapace, so like on the bladed head, but also on the back of the kind of, well, I guess where they breathe. You see how there's the vanishing point between the striations at the top and then the carapace on the shoulders. You have that. Yeah. You have that. What I guess in a photo you would call black point. You have that. You've built that into the way you've painted it. And it just makes it.
It actually shows really lovely restraint on being able to leave that place a lot darker than the rest of the mini.
Yeah.
Dom, well, bear in mind you love a good leathery membrane. Hope Travis is still listening in the car. No, I think honestly, more seriously, I think you've done a fantastic job here. This is just it's perfect. It's crispy. It's clean. It's wonderful.
Sorry, I knocked over a box.
See, your models are so good. You're getting Josh to basically just throw his models in frustration.
No, great stuff. Honestly, the quality of Tale of Many Warhipsters never ceases to amaze. It's just incredible. But that is it. Thank you very much, everybody. That is the last one. So we are on to the final moment where we will not keep you up very much longer. But whilst I go and prepare ourselves for the giveaway, the monthly giveaway, whoever wins the raffle, I'm going to firstly hope, because it was about 4 hours ago that I did this and I wasn't really concentrating because ADHD. I'm going to hope that this video works. So for those of you who are interested in joining us or don't really know or want to know the rules, a video will now flash up on screen before you. It'll say that the deadline 11, should be deadline 12. There you go. Messed it up. June 30th, right? So 30th of June is the next deadline. One big thing / other unit. So this is the stream. This is the one where it's like, just do whatever the hell you want. If you don't have big things, you don't have big things. You can submit your pictures via email at therealwarhipster@gmail.com or via the members / Patreon's Discord server, or you can follow the Google form link in the description below. And it should be really easy to find that link because there's only one stream left, or at least one more chapter left. We do have an epilogue left to go, so there's 2 streams technically. But guys, absolutely humongous effort so far. We're 11 streams in, number 12. For the 11th time, I'm going to ask you, which were your favourites whilst I go and find the numbers? Way!
He does this every time. Do you know what I normally talk first? Rich, go on, you go first, mate. I'm putting you on the spot.
But see, I always have a list, and I need you to like take some of them off my list, so I don't just list everyone that we've seen.
I mean, there's too many good ones. I like Dana's owl cat druid thing, which sounds very dismissive and it's not. I'm tired and can't think of the name, but like that was really good. We had the black and yellow Tyranids as well. They're really good. It's just hard to say which is my favourite. I almost don't have a favourite, and that's not because I didn't have anything that particularly stood out to me, but just because there's so much stuff in there, and we sit here for 2-3 hours and we look at it all. There's so much stuff in there. It's just such high quality. It seems almost unfair to go, oh yeah, I like one over the other. I mean, those Mangler Squigs, both examples of those Mangler Squigs, both slightly different styles, both done slightly differently, both excellent. So like, I don't know. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm breaking the rules. I'm refusing to pick a favourite.
Yeah, you got to cop out.
Yeah, I'm gonna cop out, which is it is. I feel bad doing it, but I just genuinely, I think there's been so much quality this month and so much cool stuff that people have put in. Like like a 4,000 word thing of lore for the Frost Drakes. How cool is that? You can't fault that for effort, can you? Right? As well as taking the time to actually paint the model and build the model and do everything else. It's just, yeah, you guys are awesome. I know Josh says it, and frankly, it means more coming from him. It's this is Warhipster, this is Josh, right? But honestly, it's a privilege for us to be here and to see it all. That's my view.
Yeah, absolutely. Every month it is such a privilege to sit here and see all your miniatures, and we just have to say thank you for submitting them and letting us waffle on about them as best we can. In terms of a couple of the standouts for me, just a couple of the standouts for me, there are so many to name. I think this was perhaps every month you raise the bar, and this month was no exception. Just the quality on display here tonight was exceptional. But I do want to give a special shout out to the tattooed zoologist for Usharan with all the flowers around them. Such a great take.
So good.
And then the Soul Blight Grave Dwarves along that was great too. Dan Elliott with Typhus and the Death Shroud as well. Brilliant work.
Tactical Rocks.
Ricky Colebrook's Ghouls and Middle Earth stuff, always great. Black Dog Minis, Harbinger of Decay, it's one of my favourite models, and you did such a great job on it.
This is the problem. Just listen because they're all so good.
Yeah,
you're all my favourites.
I was going to say my favourite. I will actually pick one as my favourite this evening, and it was Travis Woodside's Mangler Squigs.
The Mangler Squigs
were
great.
Utterly brilliant.
They were fantastic. I got to admit, I will say, Rich, to give because we put one the other, but also Rich, your Gandalf was just very cool. It's like really evocative of Gandalf, and genuinely cannot wait to see it in person on Saturday as well, which will be really nice.
Yeah.
But I just too much good stuff. I mean,
there's so much good
what
stuff.
about Tuka's converted Chaos, the converted Zinch sorcerer?
Yeah, incredible story work done with conversions. It just so much character in those miniatures.
And I mean, there's too many to talk about.
There are far too many. If we actually went through and named all our favourite ones, we'd be here for another 4 hours.
You know what we need? We need one of those. That thing where it just scrolls up at the end of an awards ceremony and they just have all the names. I mean, unfortunately, those are normally people who've deceased, so they not do it that way. We can do them as favourite models. So you can just run through it.
Yeah.
What you need to do is, after we finish this, go back to the start of the video, press play. Those are our favourite models.
Yeah. Just watch the whole thing.
Watch the whole 4 hours again.
I like that. I'm going to echo everything that both of you have said, but I'm also going to throw in Vander's Hammerhand.
Oh, of course.
What can I say?
Yeah, which is
and Electman's Stormcast Annihilators, because I'm allowed to throw in a little bit of bias every now and then.
No, man, it's just they're just so. I mean, we react
justified.
Maybe you should farm engagement, Josh, by just calling this one painter and two idiots react to miniatures or something.
No, it's called A Tale of Many Warhipsters. It's called A
No,
Tale
I
of Many
know.
Warhipsters because whilst we're on this stream, whilst you are submitting, whilst you're taking part in the 12-month challenge of being part of Tale of Many Warhipsters, it's not just me who is the Warhipster. I'm just one of many. Everybody out there is a Warhipster who is taking part in this. So you and Rez, well, less Rez. He's not really been here for months.
He's been ill and he's bought a house. You'd be nice.
He's been ill and he's bought a house and life's getting in the way and he's grown up and he doesn't care about us anymore.
Big boy now.
But and then
We'll
he'll
bring
care
him
about
back.
us again one day.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Once
of course.
iOS 4 comes, we'll lure him back and be like,
Yeah.
"Here, you have to play this."
Thing is, we know he didn't turn up during the stream, and I don't think he'll watch this back later. So we can be as mean about him as we like now, and he'll never
Poor
know.
lad. The poor lad's got no internet, Josh.
Huh?
I said the poor lad's got no internet. Be nice.
Yeah, but you know, this month no internet. Last month I'm in Glasgow. Good. I gave you the dates, Rich.
He's going to come back strong. He's going to come back strong.
You're supposed to schedule your life around me, not work. Jesus. Anyway,
But yeah,
we obviously have the giveaway to do. Who is going to win this month's prize? Well, I'm going to press this generate button. It's not number 6 because that's just what Google loads up the first time. So we're going to hit the generate button. Number 22. Come on down. I shall let you know who that is whilst Adam and Rich vamp for 2 seconds.
no, just to say thank you to you guys, and also we are on 87 likes. If you haven't liked the stream, let's try and break 100 for Vander's Hammerhand and for all the other models. Do it for them. No, but thank you so much for submitting your models. As I mentioned earlier, it's genuinely a pleasure to come here every month and get to look at them all. And yeah, the more I get to see in person as well, that'd be really cool.
So do you want to know who the winner is?
And looking forward to the final month next month as well, which is crazy to say.
Love the shorts,
Yes.
Warhipster. Thank you very much, Colonel. These are my favourite trousers in the world because everyone I wear them in front of goes, "Why?"
And what are those?
Brother, what is that? Okay, drum roll for me. The winner of this month's giveaway for your next unit, you win from me. I will purchase for you your next unit of your choice, laminated pigeon.
Hey,
Hey,
Congratulations.
very nice. Congrats.
well done, laminated pigeon.
Congratulations. Well done. And also just a massive thank you to everybody else out there who has taken part in Tale of Many Warhipsters episode 11 for a last time tonight. Well, second time. I say last. We only ever do it twice. The last time tonight we are going to show off the deadline, and we're gonna, I always forget to minimize that. Deadline number 12 is June 30th of June. Get your pictures in, and one big thing / other unit. So literally very wide open. Paint whatever you like, submit whatever you like basically this month for the final episode, which will be next month. And you can submit via email at therealwarhipster@gmail.com or via the members / Patreon's Discord server, or you can follow the Google form in the link below. One more episode and then the epilogue afterwards. And I've just seen in the chat that James
Hey.
Matthias with
So kind.
$50 says the best community of all. I couldn't agree more. This really is the best community of all times. You guys are literally the lifeblood of Warhipster out there. These super chats have been incredible tonight. You guys have been unbelievably supportive. It's been very emotional for me. Today has been up, like I said at the top of the stream. This morning, I was full of melancholia. I knew Tale of Warhipsters would cheer me up. I didn't realise quite how generous you lot were going to be. So a huge, massive thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you do, for all the super chats. You guys are unbelievable. A huge, massive thank you to Mr. Gwatkin and Mr. ADR Wargaming, otherwise known as Adam, for taking part in tonight's stream. And I guess we're sorry we missed you, Rez. Next time you'll be on. I hope, for the finale. And if not, I give everyone permission to slap him on the back of the head.
Get some internet, you scrub.
Yeah, exactly. James, that is unbelievably kind of you. I'm going to just say, I want to say thank you to Ricky Drinks Paint, Travis Woodside, Mini Painting Dad, Martin Spoon, PDR Strander, James Matthias, ADR Wargaming, Travis Woodside, James Matthias, Travis Woodside, Plops of Corn, and James Matthias again for the months of membership, the gifted members, and the incredibly generous super chats. You guys are unbelievable. Travis Woodside with another $50. Thank you. Thank you so much.
One up.
Thank you. That is incredible. I need to go before you guys empty your bank accounts on me, because trust me, I do not deserve it. But I much
You do,
appreciate
Josh.
it. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Rich.
Yeah, you do. You deserve it.
Thank you. I'm just going to keep saying thank you. It's all I can do, other than put out a bunch of tutorials, of which there will be one tomorrow. There might even be one on Friday as well, and there might be one on there will be one on Saturday. My schedule is Thursday and Saturday, but I might even put one out for you guys on Friday as well. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday I might have a day off. Because, I just love you guys. I try to be worthy. Try to be worthy of your time. Try to be worthy of your investment. Try to be worthy of your generous love and all of that good stuff. And try to be worthy of this community that is part of Tale of Many Warhipsters. And you guys make it what it is. It's nothing. It's very little to do with me. It's all everybody. It's a very community effort. I just have the YouTube channel. That's all.
We hope we've kept you entertained as well.
And we hope we keep you entertained. Let me know if you like the new format of trying to get everything from everybody on one slide. That was, I hope, James, $51, 2 up.
You got to end the stream, bro. You got to end the stream.
I need to end the stream. Because otherwise it's going to get out of control. Guys, we are going to say goodbye now. Here is the hands of farewell. Thank you, James. Thank you so much.
Bye. Mwah, mwah. Goodbye.
We will see you next month for another Tale of
Goodbye.
Many Warhipsters. Love you guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.